somewhere. Jeez, this went to 40. Holy shit, I looked away. Jeez. This thing is nutty, man. Some necro. Caddy, thick. What's up? I see what you just said, thick. Screw yourself. Stuff I just ripped and dipped. What the heck? So that morning 7 o'clock pop on these stocks usually gives it all back. So head. Jeez. Quantum, yeah. Had him. I'm sorry. What's up, Devin Bates? That's freaking brutal. Good God. Tesla daily cock gonna hit for a bounce. See what that does today. You're probably right, Caddy. It's a good push. All over my face. I'm tonguing that poop. Oh, come on. How did that not go? Oh, bro. Freaking A. How does that not go? But I did just use the cock right here. I used the cock, and it got fully on erect. Pop or drop here. How does that not go? That absolutely should drop. How is it not dying? Here I was just talking about rocks and getting cleansed. Next thing I know, I'm naked on the floor having a threesome watching the Island Boys kiss. And it's happened like that. Surely it goes now. Has to. Yep. Just gonna wait until I'm completely out of shares and then it'll juice.
Rejected.
Here I was just talking about rocks and getting cleansed. Next thing I know, I'm naked on the floor having a threesome watching the Island Boys kiss. And it just happened like that. Can't back to back that. All over my face. Burst of flames. It's from a clip from a very long time ago, taken completely out of context. Clearly. I'm here for blasting some freaking 13-year-old. Tell him how I pumped his mom last night. I'm here for it. What gets me is the limp dick one where you have it sideways and it looks like a limp dick.
I got a 12-inch extension and an 8-inch because I want a little less movement right at the, micro movements near the face. All right.
Give me an explosion. Oh my gosh. In my mouth. I can finally climax after 2 years of edging. There's things that I do behind the scenes that I don't want you guys to see. it definitely can kind of get nutty. Jeez. All right, I can't wait to put your premium nuts in my mouth. See, boss, can't wait for it. It's a softball.
I don't trust it. Now I feel like he's in. Now I feel like he's in there and he's gonna come. He's
On top of that, just before you,
I feel like I filled most of that hole up. That's a good combo. It's a good combo there. This dude is coming around from the backside. Really gotta arch it. You arch it. Get it in there, you know what I mean? It's the only way. But I did just use the cock right here. I used the cock, and it got fully on erect. All right, let's see if we get any 8:30 news or 7:30 news. No, Arch always, but thank you so much, Caddy. That VK got the daily. Good call out there, Sneaky. This thing just juiced out of nowhere. DFNS. Huh? Does look good, actually. See if 7:30 news does anything for us. So they acquired CSA damn near gave it all back, huh? Wow. CSA went red. That's wild. Yeah, AMIX kind of building out a 5-minute. And a private placement announcement. BIYA probably fills this gap today. We'll see. PCSA is back up a little bit. Is that curl now? Watch it freaking curl. I hate when they do that. Yeah, it's gonna curl, isn't it? It's a burning. all over my face. I'm tonguing that poop. Wow. Okay. Damn, dude, I want 1,000 shares of that. I got 348. Pang, they had really good news. Not really sure why I didn't hold, honestly. I'm like you, those pretty good earnings. And they've had good news since. That's also kind of the bad news about it is it's got good earnings, and then I think it had 2 contracts that it announced afterwards, and it still sells off. It's not a good sign at all. Okay, VIPK. This thing keeps growing up and then dump. Growing up and then. Let's see one of these levels hold better. Should make some swing plays. I hear you. It's just there's no support showing in the downtrend right now. Let that sucker reverse. So for a night. TCSA back red. AMIX doing a 5. Five-minute now, 35.76. Yep, I see AMIX. It's got to get a little higher for me. Trust it yet. Or to think that it's going to do some kind of compression setup to get us a pop rather than a grind. It's going to go. And dollar spreads. Got to take this. Jim is a disappointment, man. Yeah, AMIX is getting there. Fortunately, I think this is going to get there by the time it's 8 o'clock, and then everybody's going to be looking for 8 o'clock news. Here's a try. Some chunks. Spread is rough right now, though. There we go. Oh, someone jumped in right at it. This is tough. Give us one more failed cuck. Don't go yet. But if it does break, it's going right to 36.50. Give us a pullback. Oh, hidden seller. Not good. Okay. Here's your 1 minute pullback. Decent support, 35.50. Oh, they ripped through it. 20K. Jeez. See a 35.50 break that doesn't do much. Just like cracks it. Didn't break, just tapped it. Okay. That broke it. Shit, there it is. That was it. Now it's gonna juice. What kind of headline is that for VIVK? That's sus. That's sus big time. Watch it go though. CRA. Infrastructure any with agreement to acquire. So they're buying an AI company. Okay, let's see if this can do anything. Yuck. Yuck. CRA. Okay. Okay. Jeez, dude. Okay. No, was not Ross. That was somebody else, man.
Rejected.
Dude, this thing is freaking whippy, bro. It's kind of holding up, isn't it? Let's see. Here's 88. Nope. I killed it. Jeez. Okay. Storage solution firm QMax technology for 300K, priced at 136 a share. Save it juices. Let's go. Kind of needs to hold up rather than just dump crap. Video. Oh shit. I wanted 50, not fucking 78. That's a good way to lose money today. Still at a 50. I was like, oh, I'll go for the break of 50. Nope. $1,000 loser. Wow. Wow. Is this gonna go? Feels like it. Jeez. This thing is wild, man. The AVK trying to go high day. kind of got a ascending triangle it's building. VK. Yeah, it's Trump tweet. Okay. So nothing about this looks good right now. Did it actually break 3 or just showed 301? Yeah, it did break 3. All over my face. I'm tonguing that poop. All right, there's your 1 minute. Yeah, VK breaking highs. Market's taking a turn down. I get some dudes in chat. What the hell? What the hell? Jeez. I know it's sometimes fun to bend over and see what gets shoved up your ass. Cannot believe I bottom ticked and top ticked that one. That one hurts. Stack daily. Can I not top tick one of these? Oh, I can't buy stack on E-Trade. That's some bullshit. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. That's about right. 20,000 share buyer. 25,000 share buyer. Just completely flush through it. NCRA's got to get over 3 for me to look at it. I have to wait for pullbacks. This is the second stock I'm hurting myself on because I didn't wait for a pullback. I think it still goes just because the daily, but I should have waited for a pullback. NCRA 5 minutes, interesting. And giving it all back. Now it has a 250 break. Infinite selling. CRA, maybe. And there it is. Just get me out. Just get me out. Jeez. How do we have no movers, man? Stack red on the day. That is just disgusting. SkyQ is kind of. Hang on. Tom Z revenue guidance. SkyQ's kind of on. I don't have very many no trade lists, but that's one of them. It's full of just kind of grind up, elevator down. This is a. I mean, look at that. Just down, 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 down. I don't want to trade anything that looks like this. And it's beaten me up in the past. It looks like it's building kind of a ascending triangle look to it. I don't know, but I just don't trust it. It can suck me sideways. I don't want to trade it. Yeah, NCRA, interesting over 3. This thing is getting there. Ideally, we got a 5-minute cuck here that kind of fails to play off of. Give us some rip through all this. This 5 is looking kind of bad. Just trying to make it look better here. Got 5 seconds. Low is 252. Did it break? No, it did not. Oh, shit.
Rejected.
That's so high, I couldn't even see it.
Rejected.
Jesus. $1,000. Jesus. Dude, Ross is a straight up baller. took 60,000 shares there. Oh my God. It's another 45,000 shares. And then he exits pretty quick. But good God, he's swinging a big dick right now. Jesus. His 75K. God. Dude is swinging that hog. I was gonna say it's holding 50. I can't tail him. What do you mean by that? Like, buy after he's bought? I mean, Jesus. I'm not. No. $75K. I've never taken, even of a penny stock, I don't think I've ever taken 75,000 shares of a stock of a company. This dude just straight up threw his big old nuts on the table. Holy shit. No, he's out right now. He was up like 50K and then he gave back 20s. I think he's up 30K right now. Yeah, 30. Can't believe this went to 455. All over my face. I'm tonguing that poop. So 1 minute. The Netherworld? Out of absolute rage, or will he be spared because the juicer's so juicy juice that the yams are so thick, and Daddy Warbucks makes that.
Rejected.
That was the 1 minute. It did not juice like the other ones. Hey, Blazing. Props to you. If you're break even in this year, that's a win. I'm like gonna come. I feel like I'm just gonna discount this entire year at this point. Okay.
Me up 15% in EU market, incoming American market open.
Yeah, if you're break even green in this market, man, congrats. It's been hectic. I missed that. It's PRC, that's when. Got some guys knocking on the door. Oh gosh, got out just in time. What the hell? Shit feels like gambling, stock trading. It's been very interesting. I'm not doing so hot. I know that. I refuse to look if I'm even green on the year. I think I am, but like 6 months of the year. What am I at? Yeah, 6 months of the year I spent trying out platforms. Like, how am I even going to compare this year? I really can't. Hopefully, I can finish strong, make a buck, so I don't have to go on welfare. You know, get food stamps. Oh Jesus. No, for real though, it's been a tough year. Got a lot of get a lot of themes. You have the AI theme, you have the war theme, you have tariffs still batting around. It's not been an easy year. Then you also have midterms thrown in there. Best one for me. Yeah, it's definitely my favorite when it comes to pre-market. I really would. I mean, the thing that would make it creme de la creme is somehow midpoint fills. I mean, then you're talking. This would be the best platform out there, 100%. Not even close. Oh, I PD. Worst year you've had. I feel you, Swamp King. Hey, Swamp King, I know you're new sub. If you ever have any questions or want someone to look at some of your trades, hit me up. I do it for free. I want people to succeed. I want people to become full-time traders. I want people to make money. No, it's not my best showing this year, but I do this for a living. All I ask is when you send, like, what you do is, like, say you want me to look at a trade that you had. If you could, when you copy and paste your trade, have some sort of marker, whether it's your broker that shows it like mine does, where my entries and exits are, or you mark it and then tell me why you took it. Scout the day slots. Oh, speaking of, I forgot I had a swing on Amazon. What's it doing? Of course. Why did Amazon dip here? Does anyone know? I don't remember what happened here. That's quite the gap. Did you ever have days?
Not
where you
only
didn't
does
take a
he
single
do
tree?
this for a living, he lives this for a doing and does this for a living.
Thank you for that, Dr. Phil. I can't remember when I didn't take a trade. There probably should have been days, but it might be a fault of mine. If no increase gets indicated today, markets made juice. I've thought about this a lot. You know, with Citadel coming out the other day and saying, "Oh, surprise, raise rate." It's one of two things. My first inclination is bullshit. You're trying to charge up the shorts, so when there is a flat, no rate hike, we juice. So that's number one. Number two, if we get a rate hike, I think we are going down fast. So, yeah, that's the scenarios that I come up with. Either way is a big move. Is that what it was down by law? I couldn't find what the heck the headline was. So ugly. Big ass pop. Just grind. Another pop on Vivek. I don't know. The 5 isn't the greatest. Pretty heavy here.
Rejected.
Now go? Nope. It's a 1 minute cuck, right? Yeah. Jeez. $12. Freaking bullshit. Yeah, 850. It's quite the move. Nine o'clock news. VIVK, if this holds up, maybe gives you a W to play off of. At like 285, whatever it is. 30 seconds, 9 a.m. Come on, give us something. Something with momentum. None of this pop and drop bull crap. CJMB. CGMC's got headline. Damn it, dude. I wanted a 30-second cock. $220. Mother. Damn it, man. Fully retrace? Is that what we're going to do here? I know I saw. Oh, there it is. Breaks ground in Atlas Comics collaboration with Alabama State University. Not the headline I thought it was.
Rejected.
All right. Whatever. Yeah, the Chinese shits. Where are they at? That's hilarious. MACD on. Oh, that's not the MACD. MACD's red on this sucker. What's up, Algo? After yesterday, I took my parents to dinner. Let's go, Liu Kong. Well done. And I know you put half those gains into ETF mimicking the SPY or the Qs, right? I did. Good. You do that for 10 years, you're a freaking millionaire. At 30 years old, you'll be freaking being able to do anything you want. That's the goal. It's your 20s, you can do stupid shit with your money. Everybody else in your life is going to go poor. You'll be freaking 30 years old, being able to do anything you want. All the women will want you. It'll be great. Just for the shit on you today. You keep stacking. Keep stacking. This is your dollar cost averaging time of life. You want it to dump. I know, right? Different. Imagine if we didn't buy half the shit we did when we were 18, 19, 20. And we instead just bought the SPY. Do you understand how much millions we would have? That's why I think the Trump accounts are so brilliant. If you get a free $1,000 from the government that it's able to go into a retirement account, and that free $1,000 turns into what? 400K at 60 or 65, whatever it is. And I saw somewhat of a hack that people were talking about, that you donated into these accounts, and then when they turn 18 or 19, you don't have them work for a year, and then you convert it to a Roth IRA. You take that income hit at that time, but you're not making any money, so it's not a tax hit. And now you have a Roth IRA at whatever, $30,000 at 18. $40K. No, I think yeah. Trump probably doesn't even know it, but it's probably going to be the best move of his presidency. Looking back on it, 50 years from now, the people that have those Trump accounts are going to be like, oh, I got a free 400K. Awesome. And is an inflation scale? Well, I mean, you have to look at it this way. Does the stock market beat inflation? For the most part, yes. So if the stock market, on average, 10% a year, and inflation's what, call it 3% right now, you're gaining 7% every year for doing nothing. That's what I think they should do with freaking health care. Give everybody an HSA when they're born. Put something stupid in it, man. Take 1 year's worth of health care that we pay right now in Medicare and Medicaid, whatever that number is. I bet it's like $1 trillion, right? What if you put that into a kid's account right when they're born? You know, divide it up. I don't know what that comes out to. $50,000? I don't know. What's $50,000 over 20 years in the stock market? DFNS, I see that. It's got some levels that it needs to fight with. $100K trucks. I can't justify that, man. I will not be able to justify a $100K truck. I will buy used for the rest of my life. I refuse to pay that price for a truck. I will not do it. Used condoms. Touch. MACD is still not green. Let's see what a pullback does here. Nothing besides pop. Now it looks like it could curl here. Keep an eye on it. It's a failed move. If you put 50K in the S&P 500 in 2008, it would be now 474,000. Holy shit. Yeah, I think it's smart blazing. The Qs are way volatile. S4. He's kind of joking. The Korean ETF. I'd be interested in that sucker. Or not in it. I'd be interested in seeing where the fibs are on that thing if you're going to run into some support soon. DFNS went. Really went. Jeez. Really gave no entry. Just kind of went. It's a failed cock. This thing's gonna get wrecked today, isn't it? VIVK went. There's that W. There's that level right there. Dang, I missed it.
Rejected.
No shares available on NCRA. Yeah, I saw that pump. It's been out for a little bit this morning. DFNS pushing 40. Jeez. All right. Let this settle in here. This is the one to watch, I guess. All right, I don't have much that I'm in love with right now. Gonna have to see how this thing opens up. Maybe BIYA gonna be a sleeper. It's got kind of a wedge formation here going in the open, but NCRA, we'll see. BIVK, maybe. 5 minute break. Be back with you.
market is open. Rejected, rejected, rejected.
Of course. Try to buy. Couldn't even. Oh my gosh. As soon as I go to sell. Stack starting to move. AMAX popping. Stack starting to juice. I hate you. Is this working? Nope. Of course not. Okay. Okay. It was sloppy, but we made $150. Stacks got the daily continuation. That's why I tried it this morning. Managed to top ticket. If it gets over 260, maybe. DFNS juice and oh my gosh, halted up $43. Why isn't this freaking working? There we go. Kind of watching this. This is an hourly chart of SK Hynix. I really thought it was going to reject the 9 EMA here today and curl back down, but maybe it's the 21. Let's see. Stack back up. There goes stack, you piece of junk. Gosh. DFNS straight down. What a brutal resumption. Jeez. Oops. Just got an alert on Agen. Interesting. SMDK free falling. MU pulling back as well. SK Hynix not falling just yet. Oh. MU pushing lower. Oh, that's ugly. Flat resumption looks like on this. Yuck. So it was the 21 that I rejected. If it goes low a day, that'd be real bad. What's MU doing? Let's take a look at this. Yeah, MU, similar story, but it's already done the cock and drop on the 1 hour. So we'll see if that 813 can hold. SPRC coming back up. Really late volume. AMIX open. Not terrible. Watch it go. I don't know about AGen. You know, I had it hit my alert. Right now it's pretty light volume, only 10,000 shares a minute. Here goes AMIX. I think all eyes are on other things right now. This PRC still chooching. Yeah, blazing. It's insane, right? 'DIYA. Stacks dead. STFS, what are you doing? Still halted. Showing 589. Nice gap. Two o'clock, Tim, is when we get the news drop of the FOMC minutes. And then and then the presser is at 2:30. So if you're green today, try not to lose it, and then maybe come back at 2 o'clock. Dude, this AMIX is crazy. Jesus. Seven's a big level. Sure, Sport Exchange now. No heckling. Oh, okay. Okay. AMAX waiting for a 1 minute pullback of sorts. STFS. I don't know when that opens. Probably soon. MU with an M pattern here after rejecting the 90 MA 1 minute. Oh, that would have worked. See if it keeps going. This PRC went. Oh my gosh, it failed me and now it's going to kill me. Oh, you bastard. I tried it, SJNDT 12. I was going to hold down. BIYA. I've got to get out of this. Unbelievable. I tried it, SJNDT 12. Freaking dicked me. Unbelievable. The M pattern? Sure. So, first off, M pattern is a continuation pattern of a downside move. So, in essence, what you have, it's the W pattern, but inverse. So you have a downward move, you have a bounce, you have a candle and a candle that fails, right? So it doesn't continue down. That's this candle right here. You get a secondary bounce up to maybe a resistance level. Ideally, it breaks here and doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything, comes back down, and the entry of an M play would be right there. Whenever it breaks, and you expect it to eventually get to this peak. So it's literally an M. I don't have a doodle, otherwise I would doodle it like that. Just like that. Lucid hitting high day. Nice. STFS, absolute poop. Out of that open. That's a shame. Oh, Hilo. GMM. Yeah, I see that. Year-over-year increase in H1 sales. Putting GMM on the list. It's nice. STKH halted down. Damn. Oh, look at that. SPRC right back up, you piece of junk. Look at that, 50 cents out of nowhere. I don't know, Tim. I need a bit of a pullback first to trust it. It's already beat me up once, down $1,700 already this morning. I've taken some big lumps. I haven't had like a small red trade. This was it. These two, minus 290, minus 187, minus 250, minus 1,000, minus 670. This was a small one, I guess. Minus 640, minus 689. And my green trades are not anywhere near that, besides that one of 1,100. So I need something to set up. I gotta go there? Nope. Hmm. There you go, Tim. Is PRC to give it a pullback? Did I miss it? No. Of course, high day goes. See, if I take this, I'm dicked. It's immediately going to drop $1. I'm not going to take it, Tim. You're going to be a millionaire. You're going to be a millionaire, Tim. I'm not taking it. You hear that, Aladdin? Send it to 40. $8 gap. Suck your dick. I mean, not $8 gap. $8 is what it was showing. 25-cent gap, though. 25 cent. DIYA. This thing's filling the gap pretty quickly. Let's get to like 650. Disgusting pullbacks on this. Escape. Man, that thing is all over the place. GMM went. As I look at my phone for the alert. Jeez. There's that 442 is a level, daily level. Really kind of hard to enter on that unless you were buying the 9EMA. Yeah, we'll get that up a little bit later for sure. The prediction. We'll get it up a little later. Probably a little early right now. At what time? 53. So, yes, it is. However, it didn't respond how you'd kind of expect. Probably because this pullback was so sharp. It kind of ground his way back up and eventually went. But if I took this, first off, you never really want to see that kind of drop. That's probably why it didn't pop hard. You kind of want to see just a candle under candle just kind of do nothing. And that's the ideal. Any kind of sharp pullback is going to scare buyers away. Like right now, like this candle under candle, not really doing anything. That's what you kind of want to see. Now, if this ends up taking a giant poop, it's a different story. But even then, like we've pulled back quite a bit here. But on a candle under candle, that's ideal, I would say. All right, let's see what we got here. High is 408. Fail. Oh. And then, you have to gauge every stock separately. They all have their own personalities. Maybe this doesn't have explosive moves until you get to the high day break. Right now, this is a failed 1 minute. What Fed ruling would moon it? Probably rate cut would certainly moon it. SPRC. Okay, got 411 here. That should have gone a 30-second. Yeah, that's failing now. Awesome. Glad I could help out. Glad I could help out. And yeah, do that. Yep. I murdered the thing. I murdered it. Take me to jail. I freaking killed it. Look at that. How do I get in the candle that does this shit? Oh, there's $600 loser. Biggest red candle of the day. I started it. I started it. Let's go find another one. Maybe I can do it again. DFNS. I just don't even know right now, man. It's the red kill.
Let me know if you're about to buy so I can get out before.
It's unbelievable. SKHY is coming back up. Just gonna go. That's a wild A wild chart. Is your opening range break? SK Hynix. Did I just thought I lost my internet there for a second? I gotta get out. I feel like I'm losing my internet. Weather seems okay. You too, Fresh? You had some issues? Or you're just saying on mine? Oh, it's froze, yeah. It's PRC taking a poop. All right, STFS coming back up. Halt level 561. What? I guess it's 566. The hell? That is so wild, dude. Up here it goes low of the opening range, back up. I'm scared to take this. IYA. SK Hynix trying to go. SDKH from yesterday. TFS high day. It's not going into a halt very easily. Careful on that. Anytime that bid gets some size, someone sells into it. STFS, the only thing with a little love. Jeez. It's like you cannot get freaking a decent trade. Cosmo, at least it's green, brother. Could be down $2,100 like your boy here. Every day this week, I've been down minimum. Down minimum $2,000 at one point. Monday, I was down $2,700 total. I made it all back actually after I signed off. I finished the day like $20 green. Yesterday was a 3K loss day total, I think it was. Today we're down 2,100. I just love trading, don't you? Just love it. PSN, good call out from Discord, guys. 5-minute love, maybe. Damn, this thing got destroyed. MSS hitting the scans. Good find on this QFI. Oof. Come on. Oh, for crying out loud. I dick that up so bad. CRA 75. Not sure how I got 76 when it was at 74. Okay. I'm about to lose my shit. Go ahead, do it. Do it. Do it. Murder. Give us a murder candle. Aim my X. It's not really breaking out though with these moves. I think it needs to compress again. Give us a murder candle. Let me murder another one. Give me another murder. Cock and drop 5 minutes. Suck me sideways. Yeah, I don't know what set this off. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Cores, I have been doing options. That's the thing. Like today, in the E-Trade account where I kind of play some option plays on bigger stuff, I'm up $1,300. I'm like not even trying. This shit, murder. I feel like that battles, and it might be just because of the quality of stock that I trade over there rather than over here. What's this MS? So we get a letter to shareholders, and that's what sends this thing to the moon. Okay. Oh, Let's see. So Go back home. Oh, jeez. They still haven't fixed the chart issue. Such a bad platform, man. SPRC high a day. Gosh. MSS quoting 261. In that hole. Small gap. Yeah, 261 and holding. No, I don't like that. IMC Rare Earths IPO today. $4 stock. This market's shit going. Ain't that the truth? If this breaks 78 here, I'm gonna freaking lose my mind. 270. It's right there. MSS, very nice gap. Okay. I'm about to hang it up. I'm literally about to hang it up. This day, man. MSS. What the hell? $360 halt. Breaks diagonal. Doesn't break the. It's unbelievable. 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 Basically flat on MSS 361. Up 1300 MSS. Nice. We haven't seen much do well recently after a second halt up, especially in the morning. So maybe start thinking profit. Look at this shit. It's going to do it now. STFS back down. Another $600 laser. Hey, look at that. Broke the levels I wanted it to. It's a dollar gap, 475 showing right now. Wow. Congratulations, guys. What a freaking move. It's all right. Yep, sure did. Story of my life right now. Story of this year. One minute? No. If it's actually it's showing $3 now. Oh. It'll probably come up. It's still got time. Please come up. Please come up. When does it open? 23 seconds. Ten seconds. Gap down. That's such bullshit, dude. That's the stuff that it might come back up to fill this gap. That's freaking horrible. It's horrible. That's what I get scared of, man, recently. We've seen this so many times. Good God. Showing $4 at one point. How do you go from $4 or $4.60, whatever it was, to $3.10? Ugh. That's some bullshit. VIX is hitting 20. Halo, hopefully you didn't get hurt too bad, brother. And Luke. That is some ass, man. So horrible. Anticipating rate hike? I don't know. A lot of the pullback we're seeing is AI related. I cannot believe this is at 320 now. $592. Right now? I would be calling about that one. I don't even have that on my charts. I don't even see you filled on the level 2. 592? I see 582. What will Trump do if Warsh hikes? I mean, he'll tweet about it for sure. All right. PSN 5-minute cuck. Didn't do anything. I hear 3780. Yeah, I'll let this close. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do have a minimum 100 share print. STFS, maybe curl 5-minute. Kicks out Fauci's lawyer? Wait, what? Send me a link. I love when Rand Paul and Fauci get into it. I want to watch this. Why are they talking about COVID? He's trying to see if Fauci did anything illegal, apparently. Kicks out the lawyer. The video's not showing up for me. Oh, wait. Speaks out after. Fauci invokes the 5th. Is this today or yesterday? Right now? I got it. We're not live. I rewinded it to the beginning. I want to see that. Kicks his lawyer out, huh?
One million Americans died from COVID-19. Some estimate as many as 15 million people died worldwide from COVID-19. Publicly, Anthony Fauci promoted the theory that the virus arose naturally, while privately, he was well aware of a mountain of evidence suggesting the virus originated in the lab. The American people deserve answers. The American people deserve to know why dangerous research was funded by NIAID in a totalitarian country, in a lab that lacked acceptable safety standards. The decision to fund dangerous gain-of-function research in Wuhan, China, will likely go down in history as perhaps one of the worst public health decisions.
Way too much makeup. That's what I see.
American people deserve an apology. I hope today Dr. Fauci will come clean, admit it was a mistake to fund dangerous research in China, admit that the risk of this dangerous research exceeded any possible benefits, ask forgiveness, and pledge to help our government devise safeguards so a man-made epidemic never happens again. Instead of an apology, you have for years avoided responsibility. Regarding the lockdowns, you argue that you did not personally issue every lockdown order, close every school, or impose every mandate.
Have you applied
But officials across the country invoked your authority to justify
she knew she was on
decisions.
TV. She
and you presented your recommendations not as judgments open to debate, but as dictates of science itself. Your own words demonstrate that you understood the influence you exercised. On March 14th, 2020, you wrote that the task force recommendations were driven by me, yourself, Deb, and CDC. The next day you wrote that you had convinced Mayor Bill de Blasio to close the New York City schools, so you were involved. That same night, Governor Gavin Newsom's chief of staff told you that the governor had decided to close California schools, bars, and restaurants after watching you on television. Presidents, governors, mayors, school boards, corporations, and Congress all bear responsibility.
You currently have a main squeeze?
The COVID lockdown, however, could never have been inflicted without you aiding and abetting the crime. Children lost years of education. Small businesses built over a lifetime disappeared. Patients delayed cancer screenings.
The only thing I'm watching is PSN right now.
Families were separated from dying relatives. Workers were ordered to accept a medical procedure or lose their jobs. Worship assembly, employment, education, and travel were restricted in the name of science. While you did not impose every restriction, you used your public authority to justify them. While you concluded publicly that COVID occurred naturally, your private record tells a different story. In early 2020, your hand-picked virologist
DIY freaking dumpster fire piece of shit.
In the lab. In a conference call concerning the origin of the virus, all but two of the participants believed deliberate insertion was possible. Your concern was not merely theoretical. That same week, you led an urgent effort to determine whether your own agency had funded the research related to these experiments that were now under suspicion. Hours later, your assistant reported that the Wuhan experiments had indeed been
Lukong, there is nothing natural about this chick.
Those were not the actions
dyed
of
hair.
who believe that a
Nothing on her face is real.
Conspiracy
That's
theory.
just so from chin up, 100% fake. You can buy in a bottle.
Was connected to the research under discussion.
You got to assume it continues on.
You could not hide that your agency had funded the Wuhan research or your long history of defending gain-of-function research. The only alternative left was to argue that COVID-19 did not originate in the Wuhan lab. You were not a detached observer. You had an institutional interest in the public believing that federally funded research had nothing to do with the pandemic.
You got some prospects for me.
It was a conflict of interest from the
I don't like a
beginning.
caked up chick, man.
The authors of the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2
They got to look good when the makeup's off.
Serious doubts about a
You know why they call it makeup, right?
Within days, though, they flipped, and they all wrote
You're making up for something.
that the virus was almost certainly not a laboratory construct. That paper was then used by the government and the media and you.
She's
to
a
discredit
10.
Americans
She's not
who are
even a
asking the
1
same
on my
questions that
scale.
You and the authors were asking yourselves privately.
Not even a 1.
You even cited proximal origin from the White House podium. You held it out as evidence that the virus could not have been engineered, but you didn't disclose your role in the discussions that preceded the writing of the paper. You did not disclose
Yeah,
the
precisely,
author's original
SJ.
concerns. You did not concern.
Here I was just
you did not reveal
talking about rocks
that you had been
and getting
part of
cleansed.
the
Next thing
paper,
I know, I'm
that you had read and offered editorial comments
naked on the floor
paper
having a
before it
threesome
was
watching
finished,
Iron Boys
before you
kiss.
began
It
using
just
it as
it happened
evidence
like that.
that it couldn't have originated in the lab. You did not disclose that you had immediately investigated.
Yeah, I draw them in here,
yourself
Tim.
whether
I don't know if you
NIAID
noticed we
funding
have
might be connected
a
to the
99%
research. You did not
male
tell the American
viewership,
people the full story.
and the other 1% are
Duly released
catfish
private messages
pretending to
indicate that
be
the
girls.
doubts with the authors and others didn't disappear after the publication. So while this was being waived at the White House to show that it couldn't come from the lab, the authors were still privately continuing to assign a meaningful probability to a laboratory origin. One thing in public and
What
another
gets
in
me
private.
is the limp dick one where you have it
Some of the same
sideways and it looks like a
scientists
limp
discussed
dick.
avoiding email and carefully managing communications that might eventually be obtained
PSN
under the
5
Freedom of
minute.
Information Act. The pattern is straightforward. Privately, there was alarm, then an immediate inquiry to see if NIAID's possible
MSS
exposure
back up.
funding, then a rapid
Anyone
public
trust that one?
declaration of certainty, continued private doubt, and then years of resistance to disclosure. The question is why? The only logical answer is that your primary concern was avoiding culpability. Your primary concern was hiding the fact that you had approved the funding for this dangerous research. Your support of gain-of-function research is extensive and long-standing. In 2011, your agency funded Ron Fouchier's laboratory when it mutated the avian flu until it could spread through the air between mammals.
Oh
This
my
was
gosh,
tipping point.
Seamus.
This is when others became worried. You funded this. You advocated for this. The federal government's own biosecurity board, though, recommended withholding the details of these experiments because of the danger the research posed.
You
were
can't do a
concerned that
yes or no
publishing it
because
was
a dude.
publishing a roadmap
If we're
to
talking about
creating bioweapons around the
U.S.
world, but
crude
you
stockpiles,
sided
excluding
with the
SPR,
gain-of-function
fell in latest
scientist
week to
Fouchier
lowest
and
since
argued
September
that the
2018.
benefits of publishing the research far outweighed the risks. You defended this avian
If we're
flu
talking about putting our pee-pee in
transmissibility
it,
experiments as critical
all of you would
research.
say yes.
wrote
You know
that
why? Because
even
men have no
if a
standards.
scientist became infected and triggered a
You want to
pandemic,
marry it?
the benefits of
That's
the
when we
gain-of-function
get the real
experiments
discussion.
outweighed the risk. In 2014, your agency, NIAID, began funding the Wuhan bat coronavirus work. In 2015, Ralph Barrick and the Chinese scientist Xi Zheng.
The dude found a hole in the wall that was somewhat
NIAID
moist. He put his
research
pee-pee in it.
combining a bat
Okay, so
coronavirus spike protein
don't talk to me
with a
about.
SARS
Oh, I'd
backbone.
hit that. Yeah, you
The
would.
resulting virus
You'd also
could infect human airway cells.
hit the gas
Novel virus that
tank
now
of a
can
car
infect human
if you
cells.
could.
It
I mean,
gained
what are we talking about here?
transmissibility, It gained function. In 2018, the same
no,
group of
anytime.
scientists, EcoHealth,
SJ,
Barrick, Xi,
Nick, we're
and
not
their
talking about you.
collaborators
You've got
submitted
standards.
The diffuse proposal, which involved the insertion of a furin cleavage site into
You're
the
not normal.
coronavirus. DARPA rejected it as too dangerous. When COVID was sequenced, though, early on in January of 2020, within days, scientists discovered that, lo and behold, it had a novel furin cleavage site, just as had been proposed in the diffuse product. This was either an extraordinary coincidence or a smoking gun, evidence that the Chinese had created COVID-19. It made the laboratory origin question more legitimate, and it made your categorical public denials indefensible. On May 11th, 2021, you told the Senate, the NIH has never, ever, and does not now fund gain-of-function research in Wuhan, in the
How's this
Wuhan
not
Institute of
going?
Virology. When I gave you the opportunity to
10,000?
correct the record, to reconsider the statement, you responded that you had never before lied to Congress. We were then told that Only the government's narrowest regulation of definition counted here, that you could define gain of function in one way in which this wasn't gain of function, in which all of the common sense of the world would be thrown out, all of the idea that the mice were dying and the virus was more transmissible didn't matter because you had a technical definition that allowed you to fund it. But the real question is, was it dangerous? Was it a wise decision to fund this? And you haven't deviated from that. You've never admitted that it could have been a mistake funding this research in China. The American people weren't asking for a semantics debate over what is gain of function. They were asking, does common sense say this research was dangerous in Wuhan? They wanted to know whether their money-funded experiments in Wuhan that made bat coronaviruses better able to infect humans. The answer is yes. They wanted to know whether NIAID adequately supervised their work. The answer is no. When you
Core
defended
AI
this
raises
research, you
$30 million to
described
build
its
AI
benefits in the
agents that learn
broadest
from
terms.
customer
But
calls.
when Congress demanded accountability, you hid behind the narrowest possible definition. You can't have it both ways. Your conduct concerning federal records raises further questions. It is a crime to destroy federal records. Yet our investigation reveals your assistant diligently reported that she deleted tons of emails. In 2024, you testified that you did not delete federal records. Who's telling the truth, you or your assistant? The committee has obtained repeated instructions from you telling federal officials to delete communications. On February 2nd, 2020, one day after Origin's call, you told Francis Collins, please delete this email after you read it. The committee asked for your voluntary cooperation to come today. Your appearance had to be compelled by subpoena. You're here today under
MSS back
duress.
up.
You're here today because of the court ordering it. President Biden issued you a sweeping pardon extending back to 2014, the same pardon he gave to his son Hunter. A pardon may protect a person from criminal prosecution, doesn't rewrite history. It does not erase documents. It does not convert a misleading statement into a truthful one. And it does not prevent Congress from establishing what happened. There will be another pandemic. There will be another crisis. And there will again be officials who insist that uncertainty must be hidden for the public's own good. They will demand obedience. They will invoke science. I am the science, as though it were a commandment. They will argue that government officials cannot be questioned because questioning them would undermine public trust. They have it backwards. It is secrecy that destroys trust. It is arrogance that destroys trust. It is censorship that destroys trust. And it is the refusal to admit error that destroys trust. That loss of trust may be your most damaging legacy. Trust can't be ordered. It has to be earned. No scientist is above scrutiny. No government official is beyond accountability. And no public servant has the right to treat the suffering of millions of Americans as a footnote
There's your poll.
to his preferred version of history.
It's out of 5. That's all I can do.
Senator Peters for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee has a long and a very proud history of conducting serious oversight on behalf of the American people. When this committee has been at its best, Democrats and Republicans have worked together to investigate complicated issues, to follow the facts wherever they may lead, and produce recommendations that actually strengthen our nation's security and improve government functions. That bipartisan tradition has produced meaningful work following
Fillers is an
Hurricane
understatement.
Katrina, the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, failures at the Secret Service, and countless other matters. Unfortunately, today's hearing is the latest step in the chairman's sharp departure from that long tradition. This hearing appears to be a culmination of months of biased and selected efforts by the majority under the guise of a committee investigation to basically legitimize a predetermined conclusion that was reached years ago. In 2021, the chairman has called for today's witness to be fired, to be arrested, accused him of leading cover-ups and conspiracies. He has even featured the witness prominently in fundraising emails and on the cover of his book. He has also called for the cancellation of the witness's security detail, despite the fact the witness and
Oh
his
my
family
gosh! As
have
soon as I
received numerous
get out,
credible
it
death
goes.
threats. When I served as chairman, Senator Paul and I launched a bipartisan biosecurity investigation that included oversight of risky research and the origins of COVID-19. Because we
5
agreed
seconds,
that the
man.
committee's work would be stronger if we did it in a bipartisan manner and just
Oh
followed
my
the
God.
facts. That was
Why?
and continues to be an area of legitimate and certainly needed oversight.
Unbelievable. Hi, day. Here
As
comes.
chairman, Senator Paul has taken the opposite approach. He has abandoned long-standing practice.
Oh, if you would have
by
held on a
blocking
little longer,
minority
you would be up
participation
300%
in
of my
committee
position. You
oversight
robbed me of
actions,
such glory.
and has chosen to selectively
$800 trade I
release
missed
committee
out on.
records that the minority has never had any access to in order to support his pre-drawn conclusions. The chairman has repeatedly excluded committee's minority and withheld documents and evidence from members
annoying.
that are entitled to receive them, disregarding longstanding Senate rules and committee precedent that have preserved the credibility of our oversight in this committee for
Change in
decades.
disguise.
I have raised these concerns directly with the chairman,
FTC grants
because it's not
antitrust
just
clearance
what
for
we
business combination between
investigate
Churchill
that
Capital
matters,
and Agility Robotics, set from the FTC.
cited
Charlie
investigations
X-ray
designed to validate predetermined conclusions do not serve the American people who sent us to actually uncover the truth and to solve problems. I wrote to the chairman requesting that he adhere to committee rules. But instead of addressing concerns that I raised, he removed part of the committee's website from the public view.
What am I in at?
This move not
43?
only prevented the
Oh,
public from
jeez,
being
thought
able
it
to
says
view those
55.
list of concerns, it adds serious questions about the
Jeez.
desire for transparency and legitimate oversight of this matter. But what makes today's hearing particularly disappointing is not simply the chairman's actions, but what we could be using this committee's true and time oversight responsibilities to accomplish. This committee has not held its annual threats hearing at all in this Congress. We have not held a budget
Fuck
hearing
me,
for the
dude.
Department of Homeland Security. There are important hearings that we would have
This
the
threw me off
opportunity
so
to discuss
bad.
as to how to strengthen our Homeland Security across the board. No hearings on those topics. Instead of focusing on the national security challenges that we are facing in our country right now, today's hearing looks backwards, revisiting questions this committee has already examined, including through bipartisan work that Senator Paul and I conducted together when I served as chairman of this committee. But rather than building on that work to strengthen our preparedness
MSS trying to
against
hide
future disasters, we are instead relitigating the past. COVID-19 exposed serious deficiencies in our nation's public health infrastructure. We know that. More than 1 million Americans lost their lives, and this committee should absolutely continue to examine how we can better prepare our nation against future biological threats. Those are the kinds of forward-looking, life-saving questions that will help our nation be better prepared to protect the health and the safety of Americans when the next emergency occurs. Unfortunately, at this precise moment, we should be strengthening our capabilities. The Trump administration seems to be doing everything in their power to actually weaken our capabilities. The administration has hollowed out the public health workforce.
Take
They
this
have
off.
fired,
Oh no, I want to
pushed
see.
out,
I want to see the
and cut
lawyer get
funding
thrown
for
out.
public health personnel, shrinking the
That's what I'm here
CDC
for.
workforce by a quarter. Thousands of experienced scientists have left government service, and with them has gone critical institutional knowledge that cannot be easily replaced, certainly not quickly replaced. The administration, thanks to
Ford.
political operatives like Russell Vought,
Oh, he's up next.
has slashed or illegally withheld funding for life-saving medicines and cutting-edge technologies that let us rapidly develop them during an emergency. Mr. Vought is now further politicizing the federal grant-making process, proposing to subject all federal grants, including those for disaster relief, housing development, and cancer research, to the whims of political appointees, not nonpartisan experts. All of this has left the American people more vulnerable to infectious disease threats, and we are already tragically seeing the consequences. Staffing and funding cuts have slowed the federal, state, and local response to ongoing outbreak of a foodborne
Got time to
parasite,
waste.
which has sickened thousands of
There's
in my
not
home
much
state
else
of
going on.
Michigan, as well
Give
as
me
across
something
the
to listen
country.
to.
At the
Besides
same
freaking
time, the
Yoda in my
administration
ear.
cuts to global health programs and international partnerships have greatly reduced our ability to contain dangerous diseases like Ebola before they spread to our shores. We should be examining whether our federal
I'm
health
just getting
agencies have
ass
the
blasted
personnel
today, man.
and the resources
Jeez.
they need to effectively prevent, detect, and respond to these threats. We should be asking how to strengthen our biodefense efforts to deter our adversaries and prevent biological attacks against our country, and how our government can better coordinate and communicate during public health emergencies. These are the kinds of forward-looking matters that are worthy of this committee's time. Instead, we are here continuing the chairman's year-long focus on one individual. History tells us, unfortunately, another pandemic is all but inevitable. The question is whether Congress and this committee will work to better
How hot
prepare
about the
our
weather?
country
Yeah, that's exactly it.
or continue looking backward
No.
while our public health infrastructure crumbles around us.
Luke Kong wanted to
That is the
marry a
hearing.
woman that was
That we should be
in the
having.
background of this stream.
Unfortunately, I fear the intent of this hearing is only meant
He has poor
to further a
poor
purely
taste in
partisan
women.
agenda and it will not make Americans safer.
He wants
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
that woman that had
The
that one right there.
accusation that the committee has denied
Her,
access to
okay?
the minority to records is categorically
He also
false.
likes women
It's
that
the most transparent investigation in the history of
roll
Congress.
around on stream
We
and
actually created a website.
act like they are
We put
dogs.
all of the information on the website. It continues to operate. The reason it hasn't been accessed
And they're high on
is no
acid.
Democrat ever signed up for it. Not one Democrat. We told them the access. They never asked for the access code. They haven't been on the website because they have not cared about the investigation. It's a practice of this committee to swear in the witness. Dr. Fauci, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Dr. Anthony Fauci, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Member Peters, members of the committee, I served at the NIH for over 54 years, 38 of those as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Over that period,
AT&T and Palo
I
Alto
proved
networks
that
are
I believe
expanding
in
their
and
partnership to
respect
embed advanced
the value
security
of
features
legitimate
directly into the
congressional
network for
oversight.
distributed enterprise
In
environments.
fact, I testified before and/or briefed Senate and House Senate and House committees well over 200 times over those 38 years. During and after the COVID pandemic, I have appeared multiple times for hearings in the Senate and the House, usually under oath, and sat for several days-long transcribed sworn interviews answering questions about the very issues that are now the subject of this hearing. However, given Senator Paul's obvious obsession with calling for my prosecution, his repeated slanderous comments about me, and recently his publicly releasing my unredacted personal diary aimed at embarrassing and intimidating me, the only conclusion I can reach is that the sole reason he is calling me before this committee is to get me to say something, anything, that could vindicate his repeated public pledges that I end up, in his words, quote, behind bars, unquote. Any reasonable person who has followed his unhinged obsession with me would readily come to the same conclusion. Therefore, although it pains me to do so, because of the respect I have for the legislative branch of government and my decades-long record of cooperating with Congress, under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions. Thank you.
We will now begin a round of questioning. Dr. Fauci, your testimony today is compelled by a lawful subpoena. As you know, it's a crime under 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 to knowingly make a material false statement to Congress, with a penalty up to 5 years of imprisonment. Understanding that you are under oath, the American people would like to understand your reasoning, your rationale for why you chose to fund the research in Wuhan. There have been, intelligence agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the DOE, have all come to the conclusion that more likely than not, the virus came from the lab in Wuhan. And so we'd like to know what was the rationale, what was the discussion, how, what went behind the decision to fund the research in Wuhan. How did you come to the conclusion that a totalitarian country would be capable of doing this in a BSL-2 lab, a lab that lacked the security? What was the reasoning? And are you sorry, basically, for making the decision? Would you, given another chance, say, well, gosh, circumstances now, as I know it, maybe it wasn't a wise thing. Can you explain to the committee why you chose to fund this dangerous research in China?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
In the red folder on your table is a copy of Section 192 of Title II of the U.S. Code. Your counsel has been provided a copy as well. That section makes it a crime for a witness appearing under subpoena to refuse to answer any questions pertinent to the question under inquiry. Do you have that in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Let the record record that the witness has refused to answer whether there's a folder in front of him based on his Fifth Amendment right. It is true that you're appearing under direction of our subpoena to provide testimony on matters under consideration by the committee, including the origins of COVID-19, risky life sciences research, and your tenure as a federal government employee. Additionally, you've been provided a full and unconditional pardon dated January 19th, 2025, for any offenses against the United States which may have been committed or taken part from January 1st, 2014 through the date of the pardon for a 10-year period, arising from or in any manner related to your service as Director of the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Diseases, as a member of the White House Coronavirus Task Force or the White House COVID-19 Response Team, or as Chief Medical Advisor to the President. Have you refused this pardon, or do you have any reason to believe this full and unconditional pardon, this grant of immunity, would somehow require you to plead the Fifth Amendment?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Based on the facts presented, I'm going to direct you to answer the questions. The committee has issued a valid subpoena. They have requested your presence here. The questions are very pertinent to your decision-making as head of NIAID, as well as a chief advisor to the president. Do you still refuse to answer the questions?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Let's do the...
You turned to your girl there, Luke Hong. She was ready.
Fauci, were you ever made aware of gain-of-function research on monkeypox being conducted at the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasure Center and back at Fort Detrick?
Fifth Amendment.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Dr. Fauci, did the CIA ever transfer funds to NIH under an interagency agreement?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Dr. Fauci, did the NIH ever conduct research for or in coordination with any element of the intelligence community?
Your girl's slipping. He wants something. She ain't ready, Luke.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer.
She's scrambling,
based upon
Luke
my
Kong.
rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
The reason why these questions are important is, President Trump has done a ban, and we're glad that he did a ban on gain-of-function research. So we're better off than we were when we had an advocate serving as head of NIAID, an advocate for gain-of-function research. There is still, though, a question, though, whether or not the intelligence community is adhering to that order. There's a question of whether or not gain-of-function
Question is she like
still ongoing.
mid-30s or is she like 60?
American people deserve to know.
That's the question.
Dr. Fauci, have you been read into any classified Department of Homeland Security program, any prospective special access program?
She is 25?
Gain-of-function research?
Like, you know this or like you're guessing?
On the advice
just
of
looks
counsel, I
25.
respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
When we look at the research in China, the gain-of-function research that you've denied was gain-of-function, one of the things that startled the scientists when they saw COVID in the first couple of weeks was when they looked at the sequence of it.
AGRZ,
they said, oh my God, there's a furin cleavage site in it. And in this particular
PSN
family of
finally broke
coronaviruses,
range.
the
Son of God, I missed that
sarcoviruses,
one.
they'd never seen this before. They were also startled to look at it and see how it was coded for, what the codons were, and to discover that the codons used out of 36
PSN,
different
there go.
possibilities.
The one
turned out
5
to be
minute
the
I
one
don't
that's
play
commonly
is the
used
one
in gene
juices.
manipulation by scientists. Dr. Fauci, were the scientists at the Wuhan Institute of Virology capable of inserting a furin cleavage site into a coronavirus?
How do you know when she graduated
On the advice of
high school,
counsel, I
Sebas?
respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
So one of the experiments that was pretty common was they would take the backbone of a SARS virus.
How do
And
you
this would
even
be a
know her
SARS
name?
virus that the backbone
Like, where do you
itself
even
wasn't
start?
that dangerous, but then they would dig through guano 300 feet
I
underground.
was born when she
back
graduated
guano.
high school.
They'd find other viruses,
Kelsey
unknown
Cooper.
viruses. They'd take
All right.
the S protein off of an unknown virus and stick it on a backbone.
Kelsey Cooper.
And then they would infect mice that have humanized cells. And they were trying to discover if they could
Grandpa.
create a virus that
The
infects
first search
humans.
term that comes up
Many
is
people
Kelsey
would say,
Cooper
well,
Rand
that
Paul.
doesn't sound like a really
Everybody
good
is
idea
searching
to
this right now.
create viruses that don't exist in nature to see if they'll infect human cells. What if one escaped?
That's the
What
same
if you
chick.
keep infecting this and do serial passage, you actually adapt the virus to be infectious to humans. So the question is whether or not Dr. Fauci, the Wuhan Institute of
Bro,
Virology, was combining an S
is this
protein
the
with
same
one
chick?
virus with the backbone of others, and could this lead to a virus? Maybe it wasn't even predicted, but could it lead to viruses that gained in function and then could lead to a pandemic?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
One of the arguments that you and others have made against this virus coming from the lab is it couldn't have come from the virus.
Dude, this is 50 Shades of Kelsey Cooper.
And
Like,
nobody's really arguing.
I can't find the
think
same
from the very
picture of her that
beginning,
looks the
people
same.
acknowledged that the viruses that have been published are too far evolutionarily distant from a virus that could have become COVID-19. But what has never been acknowledged by the side
I don't know,
who tries
Porch. We'll
to
find out.
call the other side of conspiracy theory, which is really something you don't usually see in a scientific debate. This is the first time I've ever seen an article printed in Lancet by your friends who called this a conspiracy theory. You know, these are the kind of things you see as a screed on a political, website. You don't really see this in science. But when they release this as being a conspiracy theory, we're wondering that when you do this, when you combine these viruses and are able to grow them in humanized cells, whether or not this kind of risky research, whether you call it gain of function or not, whether you use the definition of gain of function, whether this kind of research
What is this
should have had more
AGRZ?
scrutiny. I think in your
Jeez.
House testimony, you testified that you never traveled to China and that you were unaware that anybody at NIH ever examined the labs, that you trusted the Chinese scientists. I think you said that even recently, that with your discretion, you trusted the Chinese scientists. The problem is that even in our country, we trust our scientists. They're good American scientists, probably doing the right thing for America. But at the same time, we oversight to make sure it's not dangerous research, but we also investigate the lab. I believe Fort Detrick was one of our main labs was closed down in the last year or two because of research institute, a research incident that was dangerous with dangerous pathogens. And so the American people would want to know, how could you approve this dangerous research in China, say that you trusted the Chinese scientists, and then in the end, you had to admit that you'd never been there, and none of your inspectors had ever been there. Dr. Fauci, had any of the labs where this dangerous research was occurring, were any American lab oversight or lab investigators, did they ever appear in these labs to make sure that they were safe labs?
Bro, it does not. I mean, that's her.
The advice of counsel,
Just so you know.
I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Like,
so one of the main theories for those
that looks like a completely different human being.
Created in the lab was the idea that could have come from a virus not previously published. Dr. Fauci, are you aware that Dr. Shi, who worked for the Wuhan Institute of Virology,
Are we sure, boys, we got the right
was said
person?
to, and I think in her own words, to have over 100 viruses that had not been previously published that could have been a close enough relative to create COVID-19. Are you aware of that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Under your testimony previously, when you denied ever having funded gain of function in China, it was so adamant as to be striking, to leave no room for any interpretation of what is or isn't gain of function research.
No, this isn't the right person. There's no way.
Did you fund gain of function research in other biolabs around the world?
Did she suck the ugly out as well when she got lipo? I mean, what are we talking about here? It's not even the same. It's not even the same person.
The one research project that we do know you did fund is the one that Ron Fouchier did. And it's important to talk about because this sort of was the beginning of the debate over gain of function. And this wasn't just me. I wasn't even aware of the debate 10 years ago. This was other scientists, over 200 scientists at the Cambridge Medical Group signed a protest because they didn't think you should fund the research and they didn't think it should even be published because it was sort of a roadmap as to how to make a bioweapon. So what they did was the avian flu, and this is important. It may be the most important question we get to here today. The avian flu has about 50% mortality for humans. The good news, though, about animal viruses is they don't infect humans very well. It will infect humans, but doesn't go human to human very well. Ron Fouchier, with the money that you provided to him, did an experiment where he caused purposeful mutations to create a new virus, an avian flu that didn't just infect birds well, but actually infected mammals well, went ferret to ferret in an aerosolized manner. People saw this and were aghast, at the decision-making process that you decided to fund this. But this is when, the debate came about, and you wrote in support of this in the Washington Post, and you said, even if a scientist is bitten, even if a pandemic should occur, the knowledge is worth the risks. Do you still stand by that? Would you like to qualify at all whether or not the knowledge of gain of function is worth the risks, particularly in this case, we now know 15 million people died worldwide. Many people believe this came from the lab. Do you think that the risks really are worth the benefits for gain of function research?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Macklin Celebrini signs 5-year, $94 million contract with the Sharks.
We're going to finish with this question.
Like
Google Gemini voice feature support screen context reasoning.
Like 15 a year.
The idea that the benefits outweigh the risks. So there are many other people who disagree.
18.8 a year.
Jeez. David Relman is probably one of the most esteemed And he is a scientist at Stanford. He, I think, has classified clearance. He's been a consultant to our government probably for a decade or more. And he's written about this publicly. He says the opposite. He said that the risks
Freaking Macklin Center Breen made me miss my trade here.
Outweigh the benefits. He said the risk, we shouldn't do it. Richard E. Bright, who's been involved in this debate for 2 decades, says the same thing. Says we really shouldn't be doing this at all. There's a quote also by, the Kevin Esfelt quote, is that at the very end?
There's no shot
Kevin
that's the same
Esfelt,
person.
Who's a CRISPR scientist at MIT, also wrote about this gain of function. I implore every scientist,
Bishop, well done.
funder, and nation working in the field, please stop. No more trying to discover or make pandemic-capable viruses. No more experiments likely to disseminate blueprints for plagues. Dr. Fauci, would you like to at least answer this one question for us today and let us know whether or not you've changed your mind
Text message
on whether or not the benefits of gain-of-function research outweigh the risks?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the
Sorry,
Fifth Amendment to the
Hagels. Yeah,
Constitution.
it's ass blasting day for me as well.
The chairman has denied your assertion of privilege and directed you to answer,
Ooh.
but you nonetheless refuse and stand on privilege despite the existence of the pardon. The committee will have to consider after this hearing what appropriate action should be taken against you for the failure to testify after being directed to do so. It's against the law to obstruct an investigation of Congress. There will be repercussions to your refusal to testify today. Senator Peters. You're not recognized. You're not recognized. If you are unruly, you will be removed.
Is this
from
where
the
he kicks him out?
proceeding. You are not recognized, and you are not recognized, sir. Sir, you are not recognized. You are not recognized. Security. We'll hold off. But you will respect these proceedings. You were told not to sit at the table. You insist on sitting at the table, and we told you you would not be recognized. You are not invited here for testimony, sir. You are being disrupted.
This is the lawyer.
Would you behave this way in a courtroom? No, because the judge would put you in jail. I can't do that today, but I can have you escorted from the premises. So I would say, sir, sit quietly and don't say another word. I said, sit quietly. You are not recognized. Another word and you're gone.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear what the attorney has to say.
Oh, my gosh.
He is not recognized by the committee or the chair. If he speaks again,
Why
he
would
will
the
be
attorney-
removed from the room.
why would you hear from
this
the attorney?
testimony is from Anthony Fauci. This is not a game with his lawyers.
When does an attorney
He can advise, his lawyers
testify?
can give him advice. He's got a half dozen here. They're all allowed to talk to him.
Yes.
All right? Yeah. But the attorneys are not recognized. In fact, the attorney was told not to sit at the table, and he's not obeying that recommendation. There's a row behind you, sir. That's where you were told to sit, and you're not. And now you're disrupting the proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered, for a lawyer not listening to the rules. That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir. Security, please remove him from the room.
There it is. Just booted him.
Let the record state that Dr. Fauci will still have the advice of the other half a dozen attorneys that he brought along today. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The COVID-19 pandemic is not the first or the last
Nice
public
trade.
health crisis to impact our nation.
I got filled at the freaking hall.
Amazon
released a report
offers
that identified
Stars
significant
plus
failures
Crunchyroll
in
bundle
our
on
federal
Prime
government's
Video
preparedness
beginning July
and
29.
initial response to
If it was a good trade, I would have taken it here where I had set it all up, and I freaking didn't because I'm a pussy.
It contains 17 key
You're in at
findings. and
332.
corresponding
Let's freaking go,
recommendations, including the
Higgles.
need to
See, that's where I
invest
should
in
have been.
sustainable
I should have been here.
domestic manufacturing
No,
capabilities
I'm a
for critical medical
pussy.
supplies.
I'm a
Build the infrastructure needed to surge testing
pussy.
capacity for infectious diseases and robustly fund public health emergency preparedness and responses across all levels of government. Unfortunately, multiple administrations, including
this
the
open?
current Trump administration,
22:43. We got a minute and a half.
or to reform our health
Crunchyroll bundle on
This is
Prime
something that I
Video,
would hope
huh?
the committee
Oh, you
in the
got to pay
future
for that shit?
would investigate. It needs to be taken a look at. It also feels like a new public health threat is hitting us every month. There's a foodborne parasite affecting thousands of people in Michigan and across the country, and our federal agencies still haven't fully pinned down the source of that outbreak. Measles cases in this country are at the highest they've been in 35 years. More children are getting sick and even hospitalized from this preventable disease.
You
Over
guys are
1,000
freaking
people have
going
died
straight
from
on
the Ebola
detective
virus
mode here.
in Africa, and we don't know how widespread this crisis actually is.
Kelsey
We
Christine
have a
Cooper.
hantavirus scare on the
Dude,
cruise
she
ship.
had some facial
Though
work.
It hasn't made headlines in
If
the
that's
way
the
that
same,
the
I mean, that's
screwworm
closer
threatening
to
our
it.
food security has.
She
I
had
remain
some work
concerned
done,
about
boys.
Bird flu that is also spreading and
So
could one day
confirmation,
cause a pandemic.
chin up.
This is also
100%
something this
fake.
committee
What do we
should
got?
be investigating and holding hearings on. Since January 2025, the
42:43.
Trump
10
administration
seconds.
has taken a number of actions to drastically weaken our ability to fight infectious diseases
coming
and
down.
biological
Yep,
threats
coming
that
down, coming
endanger
down.
Americans.
Keep coming.
These actions are both incomprehensible and are also inexcusable. They include slashing funding for public health and infectious disease
NCRA,
research,
more highs
canceling
down,
contracts for
$4,
cutting-edge vaccine technology,
up about
shutting
168%
agencies
down.
responsible for tackling
NCRA.
infectious diseases around the world, firing thousands of federal employees with keeping our communities and our medicines and our food supply safe, and
Of course,
injecting
couldn't
political
2 pennies away
appointees
from freaking
in what should
$4.
be
Couldn't do it.
non-political
All right, filled the gap.
grant-making
Can it
functions.
curl?
That is something this committee should be looking at. I could go on. I could go on all the topics that we need to be looking at
see.
moving forward to protect this country. We're not doing that in this committee. That's what this committee was designed to do. It's what it has done throughout history. It
Nope.
has done it in a bipartisan way.
Jesus.
We should get back to that and think about the future of this country and keeping this country safe.
$100.
When a crisis like COVID-19 strikes, we have an obligation to
Disgusting.
examine what
Google
went right
Gemini for Mac
and what
OS
went wrong
adds
to
voice-powered
provide
writing and
accountability for the
summarizing.
American people. Congress certainly has done that. Between the House and Senate, nearly 20 different committees, including this committee, as I mentioned, have conducted oversight of the COVID-19 pandemic, conducting transcribed interviews, holding dozens of hearings, and released more than 10 reports. Today's exercise, unfortunately, is a stark departure from those largely bipartisan, legitimate efforts. The chairman has shut the minority out of participating equally in these efforts, withheld information, selectively released documents, actions that completely undermine the credibility of this investigation. I will enter a record without objection, Mr. Chairman, a letter that I sent to you that detailed all of those areas that we have concern with and where we were shut out.
Without
9 EMA still holding up here.
Details as well. I think today's hearing unfortunately does real damage. It's tempting to turn one person into the scapegoat for a crisis that hundreds of officials across both the Trump and the Biden administration were responsible for handling.
Still going down.
And it does so in a way that people that are
What
facing
an absolute
death
piece of
threats.
shit.
This
What
is
an
only
absolute
gonna,
piece of
unfortunately,
shit.
deter other scientific experts from public service to understand that this is what they would have to go through as they provide their advice to us.
Halting now.
We're not going to make our nation safer, and I hope that we can restore by doing these kinds of activities, and I hope that we can restore our legitimate bipartisan oversight that's going to help strengthen our public health and pandemic preparedness and other homeland priorities. That's what this committee needs to focus
Right on
on.
the day, let's go.
It hasn't
Hey.
the last year and a half.
Gotta love it,
Let's
right,
hope it does
Hilo?
in the
You
future.
gotta love it.
Thank you, Mr.
If you don't love it, you'll go insane
Senator
because this
Johnson.
market's complete ass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fauci, I hope the American people listen very carefully to Chairman Paul's opening statement. I think it's a stunning indictment of the actions you've taken that have been so destructive to global health. I certainly understand why
PSN.
you needed a pardon. I certainly understand why, on the advice of counsel, you're not answering any questions, because I think it'll be
Do I think
almost
it will go
impossible
again?
for you to answer the questions
Bruh.
truthfully
I don't know. It's a pretty nasty
without
dump
really
there.
demonstrating
25% of
what
the
you
stock
did.
price dump
your
in
culpability.
3 minutes.
Self-incriminating. We have, all of us, has prepared a lot. I've been deluged with questions to ask Dr. Anthony Fauci. There are so many legitimate questions that deserve answers, and now you're not willing to provide those answers. So with my limited time, I'm going to talk about things that my investigation have revealed that have not been adequately answered and, quite honestly, haven't been adequately covered by the legacy media. I'll kind of combine the questions into kind of one, but you know, I certainly, let's put up the last COVID chart. I was warned pretty early on about the dangers of the experimental gene therapy that you've called a vaccine, but it really falls under the definition of gene therapy. So I was going to ask you, I mean, were you carefully monitoring
And CRA
the safety
wins.
surveillance systems like VAERS and VSafe that literally were deluged with complaints? You know, currently, worldwide, there have been almost 1.7 million adverse events reported.
So
to
$4 certainly
VAERS system.
resistance. Down
Of
here,
those, over 39,000
maybe rising
were
support.
deaths.
Yeah.
And of
Okay.
those
So
deaths,
there is rising support
24%
down here.
Occur on
That's your
the
level.
day of vaccination within 1 or 2 days. 24%, which, by the way, just happens to be the same percentage that a Rasmussen poll pointed
that's
out.
your levels.
The American public believe
Big window
24% of the American public
between
believe
here.
they know somebody who died of the experimental gene therapy. So again, I was certainly interested in asking you whether or not you were following this as carefully as I was. It was not my responsibility to follow safety surveillance systems, but I did. And by the way, when I published, this is actual government information. When I published it and people had me on their shows, they would be censored by Facebook. They would be deplatformed. I think largely at the behest of the actions you took to make sure that disinformation wasn't spread. This wasn't disinformation. This was the truth. So I was going to ask you whether you knew Dr. Marks. I think you do know him. He's the head of CBER. He's the man who is in charge of approving vaccines and surveilling for the safety. My investigation shows that on March 1st of 2021, less than 3 months after the emergency use authorizations, he was warned by Dr. Anna Scharsman, data mining expert, that the algorithm they were using to analyze VAERS data was going to hide in mass safety.
I was watching
signals.
some clips here from
26
Twitter
days
and on my
later, and
feed
3
about
months
this.
consecutively after that,
It gets funny.
With a new algorithm
Let's just say that.
unmasked those safety signals. They showed dozens of safety signals, including sudden cardiac death, cerebral artery occlusion, basal ganglia stroke, agonal rhythm, Bell's palsy, and pulmonary infarction. Your diaries now show that you actually suffered pulmonary infarction in, I think, probably June 2021. I was just wondering whether it ever went through your mind
What did Paul say there?
that maybe that, whether it ever went, I was just wondering whether it ever went through your mind that maybe that injection, all those boosters you took, might have caused that.
Yeah, you could say the wrong
And
thing.
the
You know what
question
Fauci's
and I'll
going to
ask
say,
this
Fifth
question.
Amendment.
Were you ever made aware of the fact that Peter Marks was warned that the algorithm was going to hide the safety signals? And were you told that senior FDA officials were given shown dozens of safety signals associated with the COVID injection.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Next area I want to go through is in that same month of March 2021, an employee at NIH, Dr. Nath, led a team of researchers who were diagnosing and treating individuals who'd never had COVID but were severely injured by the genetic therapy injections. Dr. Nath told those individuals, stay quiet. You know, we want to make sure that
LVWR,
we get all the
interesting.
information
Luke Hong
and then release it to
called that out.
doctors so they can treat people like yourself. There was a concerted effort, and
Bit of
I'll
a
enter this in
W
the
here,
record.
maybe it's a little.
It appears
stretched,
inside NIH
maybe.
to quash Dr. Nass publishing that study. It finally was put on a preprint server with telling no one, and I think about May of 2022. I think what's noteworthy about this is Dr. Nath told the injured participants that early treatment, early intervention was crucial for them to be treated. And yet within the NIH, they were questioning what was Dr. Nath doing. They didn't want to publish that because, and I want to take time searching for it, because publishing it would create vaccine hesitancy, which is what we continue to hear time and time again.
PSN still juicing. Good thing I missed the one entry I didn't take here.
Throughout the pandemic, I always push early treatment. You know, we've got things in here where, you know, you were really concerned about remdesivir because it was untested, but hydroxychloroquine, yeah, it was an approved drug. You know, maybe some safety issues, but we had a great deal of experience with it. All of a sudden, you had the Surgisphere study that was retracted within 2 weeks because it was completely false, totally blew up the use of hydroxychloroquine. And then when it comes to ivermectin, which, by the way, because I was contacted by so many people, I referred them to doctors who actually had the courage and compassion to treat vaccine-injured individuals. It works. But I was going to ask you whether you were involved in the FDA attack on ivermectin. You had a interview on CNN
I love it.
on August 29th of
What's the headline that's
2021.
moving this thing?
Where, again, I just don't want to take time to find the exact quote, but you know, said there's no evidence.
No news. Okay.
There's no evidence that ivermectin is helpful. On that exact same day, and I've got the studies right here. There was a website that was tracking the random controlled studies. Here they are, showing 60, 70% efficacy of ivermectin. The same day you say there's no evidence, there was all kinds of evidence. Loved ones had to go to hospitals, had to sue hospitals. Just, would you try it? So I would want to know, you know, to what extent were you involved in sabotaging hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and did you do that because you knew the only way you get an emergency use authorization for these drugs, these experimental gene therapy, was if there was no effective treatment, you couldn't get the emergency use authorization. So is that why you helped sabotage these cheap generic drugs in favor of remdesivir, which, by the way, nurses, are you aware of the fact that nurses called it run, death is near?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Let me end on this note because this just came to light. You know, we've got 11 million pages of documents. We also have other people who were in the room. But now we know you actually lied to your own diary. On March 27, 2020, you wrote in your diary, "To my surprise yesterday, the POTUS sent a letter to governors outlining a plan to
Who the hell has a diary?
county by county while monitoring the spread of virus in low-risk counties. This was half-baked and never shown to Deb or I before it was sent out." So we have evidence that, in fact, you were fully aware of it and certainly approved, if not authored it. So I was just simply asking you, I mean, is that true?
And who
I mean,
left this diary?
Did you literally lie to your own diary? Did you know of that letter?
An old person thing?
Sent out to governors about reopening county by
Listen,
county. And again,
I hang out with a
Mr.
lot
Chairman,
of old
I'd ask
chicks.
you to ask the witness to just answer that one simple question.
None of them.
On the advice
None of them
counsel,
got
I
a diary.
respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you.
I know, because I snooped through all their shit
By thanking you
when they're
for
napping.
more than 50 years of service to this country at the National Institutes of Health. And it is unfortunate that you have been put in the position that you are in today. And it must be enormously frustrating.
Oh, is that what they're
to know
talking-
that
well,
this
they're-
hearing is designed to entrap you.
They make it sound like writing,
It must
though.
be very
See, boss?
frustrating for your
Not like a verbal
attorneys
thing.
to hear the chair's mischaracterization of the legal issues and posture that impact your decisions at the witness table today. Meanwhile, I
Digital.
was going to ask you a series of questions
That makes more
about
sense.
things that are relevant right now to the people of the United States about the state of public health in this country. Since President Trump took office in 2025, more than 4,500 cases of measles have been reported. That is more cases in the year and a half since Donald Trump has been president than were reported from 2000 to 2024 combined. Children are dying because there has been increased vaccine hesitancy, fueled by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and frankly, his entire administration. Thousands of people in the United States of America have been sickened by a foodborne parasite, and the outbreak
She's a 10
is
on the
nowhere
granny scale?
near under control.
I don't know.
As staffing at the FDA and
Like
other
Pelosi's
critical
my
public
granny
health
scale 10.
entities has been slashed
Like,
by Russell Vogt.
you're telling me she's a
Elon Musk.
Pelosi? Like,
Last year, the National Institutes of Health awarded 201 fewer grants
some
compared
big shoes
to the
you're
previous
talking
years.
about there.
207, I am corrected. Compared to previous years. As those grants were either canceled or delays, especially at the beginning of the Trump
here. Why haven't you faxed me back after you broke my back? Geez, I haven't had a night like that fartquad since at least 19...
was interrupted because Elon Musk and Russell Vogt know better, they say, than the people at NIH about what to fund. And because they did some sort of word search, it seems, for some of the grants. And boy, oh boy, if you were studying rural health in New Hampshire and trying to understand how to better engage people
PSN
who
going
need
for 40.
health care in rural America, that was off the table.
Gold down 31.80 at 40.60, 680. Bitcoin futures up.
America is losing researchers and scientists to other countries
Fed rate
because researchers and scientists,
coming from
highly
TechCrunch,
trained,
a new
highly
AI
qualified,
startup co-founded by Martha Stewart, offers an AI assistant for homeowners.
All right. Bubbles here. Bubbles here. Martha Stewart's got AI. Bubbles officially here. All right. Just sell everything. It's going to pop soon. This is it. This is the top.
We have had a number of hearings with nominees recently to fill critical spots. One of those nominees is Dr. Erica Schwartz, a brilliant woman, medical degree, biomedical engineering degree. I think she also told us she has a law degree and a master's in public health. She was a 2-star admiral in the United States Navy.
8 levels for AI.
An experienced doctor. And
No.
When
Bored
I
Apes is
asked
like
her
the ChatGPT.
if she would
We're
push
at freaking
back
like
at Secretary Kennedy
chicken dick version of
if he
NFTs
instructed
now.
her to suspend
we're at
the
chicken
promotion
dicks.
of the flu vaccine as he did
Myself.
some point in the last few months,
I don't have anything to sell.
there's an email to prove it.
Oh, I do. But I
She couldn't
strict rules on
answer
that in the weekly process.
question. She either could not, would not, or had been bullied into evading a question about whether she, as the director of CDC, would stand up to Secretary Kennedy, the most unqualified Secretary of Health and Human Services this country has ever seen, and more than unqualified, somebody who pursues conspiracy theories, degrades people with disabilities,
Yeah,
and
AGRZ,
continues
very rangy,
to
right?
promote disproved science. That's the state of healthcare and public health in this country right now, not to mention the $1 trillion or so of cuts to the Medicaid program that is decimating healthcare in my state and decimating it around the country, not to mention the refusal of my colleagues and this administration to extend critical tax cuts for people who are trying to afford insurance on the Affordable Care Act. I just was at one of my community health clinics, and they are reporting fewer and fewer people coming in for care, disrupting care because they can no longer afford health insurance. And that is impacting, of course, the revenue stream to the community health clinic, their ability to hire and pay people, their ability to take care of their
PAYS,
community.
pay sign, getting a pop here. Up
That's what I wish we were having hearings about in this committee and in the Health Committee. That's what I wish we were trying to address in a bipartisan way. But instead, we are here in an attempt to entrap you.
What's up, Canes?
Because you had a distinguished
How you
career
doing, brother?
trying to put Americans' public health first. With that, I yield.
Senator Lankford.
There's a man that was in the trenches with us, boys.
Thank you. Dr. Fauci, thanks for coming today. I know you're invoking your Fifth Amendment right, which you have the right to be able to do constitutionally, but thanks for coming and be a part of this. There are a lot of issues and a lot of questions that have come up, and hopefully in some day in the future.
DRTY, dirty official. I'm thinking no rate hike.
There were over 1 million Americans that died from COVID. You know that well. You were tracking the numbers literally every single day.
What was
those
it?
affected and those that died from the earliest days. There are a lot of lessons that we've got to learn from this, that we should put into history to be able to determine what happens in the future. How do we respond in the future? How do we deal with something like this again? It was uncharted territory for everyone. But I would tell you, countless families, including my own, watched a loved one die behind glass or through a screen because we couldn't get access to them. Children couldn't get to school. People missed their prom or graduation ceremonies. There were lots of things that happened that dramatically changed the future of the country. The mental health issues that we have continued to deal with from the isolation have been profound. Even something as simple as children that wore masks or around adults wearing masks for all that time are slower in learning language now because they couldn't watch someone's lips moving, and so they're slower in that. Amazingly enough, churches and places of worship were forced to be closed down. There were even churches that met where the pastor preached in the parking lot and the congregants all met in their cars.
An explosion hits
with
LNG
windows
terminal
up,
at Egypt
and
Istanbul
police
Port
came and
during
scattered
cargo
them and
discharge.
said, you can't be here. The simple act of social distancing became an issue.
In
As
Egypt.
everyone guessed, what's the right distance to
During
be
cargo
away from someone else?
discharge. It was Egypt.
Literacy rates have declined.
I know it sounded like
All these
LAX,
things are
but it was
results,
LNG terminal.
Not to mention the loss of lives and the health experiences that have been out there for many Americans. So there are legitimate questions. I wanted to be able to raise some of those, to be able to walk through some of this, because it has been very, very challenging. As we've gone through some of your
missed this
notes
trade.
and your
Oh my
diary and other things that
gosh.
are out there, we're trying to be able to pull bits and pieces of things to be able to learn lessons. On May the 6th, 2020, you wrote at that time, I had a conversation with Robert Redfield, who, as you know well, was then the director of CDC, about the fact that greater than 1 million children worldwide have missed their measles vaccination because of the shutdown. You stated, this is terrible and needs to be addressed, since on that basis alone, there would be far more excess deaths from measles among children than coronavirus deaths among children. I need to bring this up to the TF, the task force. Did you ever have an opportunity to bring up the potential of measles deaths among children and an infection rate going around the world from measles based on the fact that so many children would not get their measles vaccine because of the shutdown?
I'm sorry, Senator, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
That is your right to do. One of the big issues that's really coming up is on the lab issue. This was greatly discussed about whether this came from a lab or whether this came from nature. There are obvious issues and differences between the two to be able to know this. You had a lot of conversation on this. Scientists around the world were in conversation on this. There were different statements that you even made in your private notes and your public notes on it. In January the 26th of 2020, this is before we had our first tragic death of coronavirus in the United States. You wrote, it now appears using EpiData that the genomic data of the first infection was in early December and was not connected to the market, which was the big rumor that was out there. It was this wet market in China. We know the market was not the source, it was the amplifier. On January the 31st, you wrote about a phone call. You wrote, the people on the phone felt the mutations around the furin cleavage site of the spike protein could not have occurred naturally, since it would require an evolutionary jump that they found nowhere in bat isolates. They bring up the possibility this could have been deliberately inserted and either accidentally released or deliberately released by a crazy person in the lab, the former being the most likely. February the 1st.
Do they have ever officially
same year, 2020.
Figure out how it left the lab?
Our first death. There was not total agreement about the likelihood of deliberate insertion. Ron said he was sure that this could occur naturally, and we should not waste our time and divert our effort to pursue this. This is expected of him, since he was the original gain-of-function person with Yoshi. Also, Christian was with Ron. The rest felt deliberate insertion was possible, and given the fact that Dr. Jingling Shi at the University of Wuhan has been working for years in gain-of-function in coronaviruses to allow adaptation of the spike protein to bind to the human ACE2 receptor, we could not let this go. That's a remarkable statement for February the 1st of 2020, when there hadn't even been the first death here, but we knew something was moving. You knew well that something was moving. You identified February the 1st
that it was from
before any of us had ever heard of the Wuhan lab. Not only the Wuhan lab in the conversation, but literally the scientist that you named in your own notes, the lead scientist that was there. It's interesting to me on that. The questions I was going to ask you was just your background and knowledge about the Wuhan lab and Dr. Shi and all the details. I'm aware of where you have been on trying to be able to plead your Fifth Amendment right, which is your right to be able to do. But I also want to be able to find out some facts to be able to help us for the future on this. The Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in May of 2020 put out a classified document that has only been recently unclassified on this, that had this statement: we assess all the necessary conditions for an accidental release of a laboratory.
What I don't like is the woman at Stokes is
specifically a
extended here.
coronavirus adapted to recognize human cell receptors.
And the last 3 times we've been here, pull back, pull back, pull back.
2019. Now, the question that I have for you is, May the 27th of 2020. This is the report that most people will see. Is this? I have clearance. I serve on the Intelligence Committee. I've actually read this complete document unredacted.
No one really knows. That's
My
probably the right
concern
answer.
is, were you given the ability
China
to
ain't
see
gonna
this
let that
document
information out,
unredacted?
no
Based
doubt.
on your position, were you able to see this and to be able to get this information? I could see it, and I know what's here. Everybody else just has.
This guy's really
their
trying to
conclusion
be
at the
like
beginning of it. Not this.
chill
My
and
question to you was going to be,
and not
did
no
you have access? 'Cause
gotcha
it's
with
important for the
Fauci, and Fauci's
future
going to come out
that
with the
people
fifth.
in your position
Plead the fifth.
do have access to this kind of information and insight. Is there any way you could answer that question? Were you able to give access to this data?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
You wrote on January the 26th of 2020, we should be allowed to send our CDC epidemiologists to
It gets
China
better.
to
There's
work
some
with
guys,
them so they could see the
not
data
this dude.
firsthand.
Is it Hawley?
You also wrote
Hockley
on
or whatever.
February 12th, 2020.
He's got some good ones.
That you had great
And
concerns about
then
the World Health Organization.
this guy apparently
because
drops
they
the F-bomb.
depends greatly on China.
So we're
and
getting
as
close.
You stated, often bows to them. Now, this is
Hawley.
a really important issue that we've got to resolve for the future. It's not just our cooperation with Chinese scientists; it's our acknowledgement that
What is the
China
point of this
covered up
interview?
their
Nothing
data,
ever happened, no matter what.
wouldn't
they prove.
allow our scientists to be able
I
to
don't
come
know.
in. They cleaned up the wet market.
Obviously,
they
they
cleaned
were
up
going to
the
try
other
and
areas.
question him,
They
and he's
wouldn't
just
allow you to
taking
get
the fifth.
access
So
to all the other
a lot of
scientists
this is
there,
put it on
including
record
health
kind of
records,
talk now.
What happened to them, or even all the sequencing that they had done in advance. For the future of our research and our cooperation with any scientists around the world, I think it's really important that we resolve, if we're going to fund research and cooperate with you, we've got to have certain things from you. If things go sideways, we've got to have access to all information in all places. You were noting not only that China was affecting the World Health Organization and that China was bending them to their will, and so the World Health Organization was putting out data that you saw, at least at that
See you,
point,
Nene.
as being from a Chinese perspective, covering up what was
GMM
going
back to
on.
the highest?
But you also noted we weren't able to get access to all this information.
That's
We've got to be able to figure
Bob.
this out for the future to
It's-
be able to make sure that research that is done,
CRA.
we have access to all information. If something goes sideways at some point, which clearly it did
It's a
at the
5-minute
Wuhan Institute of
cut here.
Virology, and that being, as was noted by many people, the only lab in the world that was doing research like this that had a lower standard of actually their security standards there than many other labs around the world, yet they were doing this very dangerous research. What can we gain, and what advice could you give us to say in a future setting, we've got to make sure that we actually get information from people and we can be guaranteed that we're going to get that insight? Yes, sir.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
I yield back.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to the dark days of the coronavirus pandemic, one of the darkest days or times in our history. Hospitals were overflowing. Navy medical ships were docked in the Hudson River. Emergency rooms were forced into unprecedented triaging
BXBL.
during the worst week of the pandemic, which happens to have been the last.
This is
week of
a
President
recent
Trump's
IPO
first
play.
term. More than 25,000
First daily cock on a recent IPO.
died of COVID-19. Easy to forget those dark days. But for the past 18 months, the Trump
keep
administration
this on
has
watch.
been engaged in a campaign to rewrite this history. And today's proceeding, I
SSR
fear,
as well.
is part of that effort, one of the darkest days in our Senate's history. The Trump administration has launched a baseless set of smears against vaccines that help pull us out of that public health crisis, vaccines that are undoubtedly President Trump's greatest accomplishment. It has slashed funding to local public health
A
departments
U.S.
that were
owned
on
and
the front
operated
lines
Marshall Islands
of the
flagged
pandemic.
LNG floating storage facility was struck by at least one unmanned aerial vehicle whilst at the Damietta in Egypt.
Or wasteful. And it has used a politicized department.
Yeah, that
of
bomb side
justice
supports nice.
I'm never going to financially
to
recover
target the
from this.
researchers
I kind of want to see the
and
Stokes
understand
bottom out.
the novel virus. Today's hearing is another page in that playbook, sadly, tragically. Dr. Fauci,
love
you've
that
spent
kid. I'm never
5
gonna
decades
financially
in
recover
public
from
service,
this.
including nearly
How lucky are we,
4
boys?
decades
And we were
in
graced
leadership
at one
of the National
point by
Institutes
the
of
Lion
Health,
King.
helping to conquer COVID-19.
Or Tiger King.
But
Excuse me, Lion
also HIV.
How lucky are we
swine
that we
flu,
lived during a time
Zika,
when we got to
Ebola,
witness
and other
the
epidemics
phenomenon
with
that is the Tiger
real
King, and I just missed
life
this 5-minute
results,
play.
saving human lives. Put aside all the flowery rhetoric that we hear in the United States Senate. Dr. Fauci has saved lives, as have public health officials in the United States and throughout the world. And today, we are demeaning and degrading their life-saving service. Republicans are eager to rebrand you as a villain in order to distract from their own failure to protect Americans from soaring healthcare costs.
Carol Baskin.
They've been rising astronomically
Killed her
in
husband,
the last
whacked him.
couple of
Can't
years.
convince me that it didn't happen.
And from
Fed them to
unsafe
tigers,
food,
they snacking. What's happening?
cause
Carol
cytospora to
Baskin.
spread
Killed her
and
husband,
resurgent
whacked
measles
him.
as a
Can't
result
convince
of
me
the
that it didn't happen.
anti-vaccine policy.
Fed them to tigers, they snacking.
This hearing
What's
is
happening?
the culmination of
Carol
a
Baskin.
years-long crusade,
Killed her
which started
husband,
more than
whacked
6
him.
years ago
What's
when
happening?
Dr. Fauci
Carol
dared
Baskin.
to contradict
Killed her
President Trump.
Oops.
The campaign to vilify you, Dr. Fauci, is just one part of this larger campaign against science and facts, a campaign that has made Americans less safe. It is shameful that in a country like ours, a dedicated public service like Dr. Fauci has experienced persistent threats to his life since the pandemic because of the lies that are told about him.
AMIX is trying to crawl.
His attorney has been gagged, thrown out of this hearing room. But he has written a letter to the chairman that is an explanation for the reasons why Dr. Fauci is, in fact, invoking his constitutional right. It is a right.
So that was a
And I would
lie.
ask that this letter from David Schertler and Danny Onato be made a part of the record if there's no
Without
objection.
objection.
His attorney has also issued a statement within the last half hour, I believe, that sets forth, again, the reasons that he is here to help protect his client's rights. And I would ask that that statement be made part of the record as well, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Let's be very clear. The Fifth Amendment is a right of everyone appearing before an authority like this one. It should be respected. And the reason that Dr. Fauci has invoked it, in the words of his attorney, quote,
Oh my
during
gosh.
and after the COVID-19
People on
pandemic,
Twitter are trying to
Dr.
find out
Fauci
who Luke
appeared
Kong's girl is.
at least a dozen times for congressional hearings in the Senate alone in answer to questions about the very issues on which you purport to seek information. He has been thoroughly transparent and consistent in
We're not the
providing
only ones.
factual information to Congress, and he is deeply familiar with the processes and protocols of sharing information with the legislative branch. And then referring to the chairman, this years-long public crusade against Dr. Fauci makes one thing clear. This is not a serious effort to seek information from Dr. Fauci in a transcribed interview for a valid legislative purpose. You are single-mindedly fixated on Dr. Fauci, seeing Dr. Fauci prosecuted for imaginary crimes, and you are so invested in that outcome that you have created a personal brand around it. Those are the words of his attorney, and he cites as well the statements of the chairman, which indicate a clear intent that the result of this proceeding be a prosecution.
AMIX curling nicely. Maybe that changes
The
direction.
power of some of us must be used for good, like putting Fauci in jail. That's from December 23, 2025. I want to give him
Halton.
a subpoena and a jail cell. Also from December of 2025.
It's gonna be halted for news,
The
huh?
first was 2024. Those kinds of statements by the chairman of a committee in tweets certainly provide a well-founded fear that the proceeding underway is simply an effort to trap Dr. Fauci in some kind of criminal wrongdoing. That is not the purpose of a congressional hearing, not the valid purpose of a congressional hearing. During some of the dark days in this body, under Senator Joe McCarthy, it became standard operating procedure to seek that kind of prosecutorial
That's Pure C with the juice again.
objective. We should not be part of a rerun of that kind of effort.
40-cent pop.
This attempt to rebrand one of the most challenging times in our nation's history is a short-sighted act of desperation that will leave us less prepared for the next pandemic. It is an insult to the memory of more than 1 million Americans who died from COVID-19. If there are valid scientific
PSN
questions
5 minute.
about the
Seeing if this
origins
40 can hold.
of this pandemic, COVID-19, about the kinds of steps that were taken to counter it, about the need for more preparation, they should certainly be addressed, but not in a show trial, not as part of a continuing vendetta against a single individual.
Do I have Courtney? No. She has my
Unfortunately, I
hairstyle.
fear that is
Back
what
row.
we're seeing today.
I'm the trendsetter.
America deserves better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In no courtroom in America can you have your witness plead the Fifth Amendment and then your attorney gets to testify. That's what that letter is. The attorney's complaining and testifying, saying, he didn't do it, the prosecution's unfair. You don't get to do that. That's one thing you give up when you take the Fifth Amendment. You say, I'm not going to testify. I'm not going to give you any information. You don't then get to put your lawyer forward to justify it. He can do it in the press, but you can't come and testify. He was not invited to testify, and he was out of order. And it was appropriate to have him ejected. Senator.
Chairman Paul, thank you for doing this. I think I know in my state people have been asking questions about Dr. Fauci for years. So Dr. Fauci, your entry has made clear that you love being a hero, a celebrity, and here having the eyes of the world upon you. You loved every newspaper profile, every photo shoot, every fancy dinner with the elites. To many Americans who lost family members, who lost trust in our federal government, you're not a hero.
I can only see half of her face, and I would take this chick over Luke Hong's makeup mistress any day.
To begin, I'd like to talk about your relationship with David Morenz. He was the senior advisor in the NIAID, Office of the Director, your office for 16 years.
Lord Farquhar
He was
special.
your friend. He was a frequent guest at your house. You reportedly co-authored over 50 scientific articles with him. You turned to him first right after COVID-19 first occurred. Earlier this year, the Department of Justice charged him with conspiracy against the United States, in addition to other charges as part of a conspiracy to conceal information and falsify records to suppress alternative theories about the origins of COVID-19. Now, you publicly kicked this man to the curb, saying, Dr.
PSN
Morenz
maybe,
was
holding
not
that 40
an
level.
advisor to me on institute policy or other substantive issues. So let's start with the use of personal Gmail accounts and Dave Morenz's relationship with Peter Daszak. Dave Morenz tells Peter Daszak, president of Equal Alliance, and you've got this in front of you.
NCRA. Held that level.
It's already in the record as part of this. It says, quote, P.S. I forgot to say that there is no worry about FOIA. I can either send stuff to Tony on his private Gmail or hand it to him at work or as house. He is too smart to let colleagues send him stuff that could cause trouble. Dr. Fauci, did Dr. Morenz's relationship with Peter Daszak concern you? Yes or no?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did Dave Morenz ever bring documents to your house?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer
Small
based
wins,
upon
thank you
my
for
rights
that.
under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you ever receive a text about your work at NIAID to your personal cell phone?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did any text about your work at NIAID that went to your personal cell phone ever become part of federal records?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you maintain a personal email account while serving as director?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you ever receive work-related communications on that Gmail account from David Morenz?
On the advice
Cindy
of
K.
counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you preserve any work-related communications on that Gmail account from David Morenz?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully
Golly,
decline to answer
wild
based
range
upon
on this,
my rights
huh?
under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did David Morenz ever provide you with documents outside of those two ways that would violate NIH policy for FOIA compliance?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Now let's look at two other communications. You emailed David Morenz on January 26, 2020, quote, "It is important that I speak with you tonight. Please call me at home." This is part of Exhibit 2 that you have in front of you. This email is sent the same day, the exact same day you write in an internal document, quote, "Now we know the market was not the source, it was the amplifier," unquote. Would you call the origins of COVID-19 a substantive issue?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you discuss COVID-19 origins with David Morenz on this phone call?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Now let's take a closer look at the last time you testified before Congress. This is part of what you have in front of you as Exhibit 4, which is part of the record. In June 2024, you testified to Dr. Morenz, quote, "Was not an advisor to me on institute policy or other substantive issues. Furthermore, his office is located in a different building from that of the NIAID director," unquote. Is that still your testimony today?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
So today, under oath, your testimony remains that Dr. Morenz was not an advisor to you on institute policy or substantive matters.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Now, I've got Exhibit 5, which you have in front of you. On October 24, 2021, David Morenz texted you to provide information about and advocate for the controversial EcoHealth Alliance grant. You thank him and tell him that you will check the information. Would you agree that this shows an advisory relationship between David Morenz and yourself?
Google is launching Lyria 3.5 and Google Flow Music with advanced music generation features.
The Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Would you agree that you two were discussing a substantive issue?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
If documentary evidence establishes that Dr. Morenz advised you regarding EcoHealth Alliance, COVID origins, or grant policy, then your June 2024 testimony would have been inaccurate, correct?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Is there any document in your possession today that would contradict your prior congressional testimony?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Have you deleted, destroyed, or instructed anyone to destroy records after learning Congress is investigating these matters?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Are you aware of anyone who did?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
As you know, Dr. Morenz now faces charges related to destroying records while you distance yourself from him. Is that fair to a decades-long friend?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
When is the last time you spoke to him?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
In hindsight, are you disappointed how you handled COVID? Do you have any regrets?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Dr. Fauci, I want to close with this. Here's how you impacted my family and people close to me. I have daughters with children. You can't imagine the questions they had around vaccines for their kids and themselves, and the pressure, the unbelievable pressure to make the right decision for their health. I can tell you pregnant women who worked with me were so scared because every time they went to the doctor, they were told something different about taking the vaccine.
Let's go, Teddy, 38 months.
Imagine being a mom trying to protect their kids, or an expectant mother trying to figure out what to do. Every 3 weeks, a doctor tells you a new set of guidance on a vaccine. The haphazard information you released and pushed on the American people with little research is appalling, and why there's so much distrust in our institutions today. That trust is crucial to public health, and you, more than any person or event in my lifetime, have destroyed that trust for millions of Americans. You lied to hundreds of millions of people amid the worst public health crisis in a century. You failed to follow your own guidance. You forced people to watch their loved ones die alone over the phone. It's disgusting. You destroyed the federal government's credibility when it comes to public health. We have entire generations of Americans who, rightfully so, do not trust our institution to keep people safe because of you. This has destroyed decades of progress and lifetimes of work because you wanted to fuel your own ego and be the center of attention. What would you do differently knowing what you know today, Dr. Fauci?
Watching shares of
On the advice
Reddit
of
here,
counsel, I respect-
RDT, note Barron's out with a new long idea for Reddit. This is Reddit stock due for a big
All the
AI
evidence is
bump.
right here, and you still can't bring
RDT,
yourself to
sure
tell
taking
the
a bump
truth
in
or
this.
apologize because you received an auto-pin pardon from a staffer in the Biden White House. If we have another pandemic tomorrow, millions could die because of what you did to make Americans lose trust in their government when it comes to medicine and health care. How many families have you apologized to had to watch their loved ones die alone? You breached public trust, and now you're hiding behind a fraudulent pardon. Your legacy will not be as a man that saved America from COVID, but as a man who destroyed the public trust in America's public health institutions in exchange for 5 minutes of fame. This is how history will remember you. I yield back.
Senator Kim.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci, for coming on out in front of this committee. I know it's not what you would want. It's not what you deserve. I just want to say and start by just saying thank you to you for your service to this nation. I didn't know much about you prior to the pandemic. I came to learn about you from however many Americans did, but I also had the opportunity to talk to you and engage with you as someone who is a member of the Select Committee on the Coronavirus Crisis over in the House of Representatives. When I learned about your background, 38 years as the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, appointed by President Reagan, served under 7 presidents, 4 Republicans and 3 Democrats. I admire that greatly. I myself had a chance to serve in the executive branch, serving government under both a Republican president and a Democratic president.
SCRA 5-minute cuck here.
More of that type of work. A
Watch that
place where we
3:30.
can understand our jobs not as coming from a place of partisanship and politics, but that of just public service. And right now, I feel the hyperpartisanship growing in this country in dangerous ways. I feel it much more present here on the Hill than I did back when I served as a nonpartisan career public servant at the State Department. And I worry about it. I worry about what kind of trajectory we're on as a country and what this causes when it comes next for public service
Damn, it already
and
dropped.
those willing to step up for our nation. And it's not just in the attacks, but we see it brought out with
Come on.
the cuts to funding, to the firing of federal workers, to the demonization of their motivations, people calling our public servants criminals, thinking that they are there solely to undermine others that are trying to engage.
3:30.
I look at it right now. You know, it's not just that the people are being attacked, our public servants being attacked, but that
Reminder
it's
that the
undermining the very
FOMC decision
nature
comes
of
out
the
at 2
work
p.m.
of
today,
governance.
followed by 2:30 p.m.
These
Wars presser.
cuts to HHS funding, to NIH funding, to the grants, cuts to the researchers doing the critical work to find cures and medicines. These firing and these cuts, they're creating a chilling effect, honestly, a chilling effect for the next generation of people who might consider stepping up to serve our nation, to be the next generation of researchers who now are wondering whether or not this is the right thing for them to do at a time when they see some of their colleagues or those that they looked up to being attacked, their funding being cut. Researchers that I talk to who are now either leaving the country or considering leaving the country.
You're up 24K, time taker?
Because of the sheer
Hot damn, brother.
unpredictability of America.
That's what I'm talking about.
That this nation so great, so powerful, has now been crippled with this sense of unpredictability and unreliability. That is not the type of country that I hope we strive to be. I've raised this because these attacks upon Dr. Fauci, it's not just about him. It's sending signals to others who are thinking about serving our country, our scientists, our doctors, our healthcare professionals, our researchers, trying to show to them that if you don't get in line with the politics, that you will also potentially be subject to attacks. And from the work that he has done, from HIV/AIDS to Ebola to COVID, we've seen
under 1,000?
Him try to engage in these crises. They're not easy, especially when it's a novel disease, when you don't know what comes next, a lot of unknowns, having to make decisions without the full breadth of knowledge we always wish we had in hindsight. But there is nothing perfect, no perfect clarity when it comes to pandemics, when it comes to crises. I worked in national security and wars and crises. I made judgment calls, gave my best advice to generals, to ambassadors, even to a president.
Just the bottom?
Did I get it all right? No. Did I do my best? I did everything I thought I could with the information that I had. The public servants, they do this work because they love this country and that they strive to improve it. It's not an easy job, but it is because there is so
That's FDA approval here for TFX. Tango Foxtrot X-Ray TFX gets FDA approval. Here's what the
That's a
public
banger.
video missed.
That was good.
So much at stake in our country. But these public servants do it because they are in the arena. I just want to end by just reading a portion of this because I think it's important as we're thinking about how to be able to treat public servants through this country, to think through this. And in the words of Teddy Roosevelt saying, it's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strive valiantly, who errs but comes short again and again, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumphs of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Thank you for your service, Dr. Fauci. I yield back.
Senator Alling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's where it gets funny.
Well, nothing says honesty like taking the fifth, huh, Doc? Let's try something. What day of the week is it today?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color tie are you wearing?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color is the carpet in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more, Brown versus Walker, 1896, when he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyers sitting behind you now shifting nervously in their chairs. They know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people. But I think I know why you're doing it. It's because you don't want to answer questions. It's because you did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic you got rich, didn't you? You got rich while people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich. And not only were you doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally. Cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic, didn't you? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
You remember Greg Folkers? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Your chief of staff is the answer. Do you remember Patricia Conrad? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
She was your personal assistant. And what were these individuals doing in the depth of the pandemic in November of 2020 when millions of Americans were suffering from COVID? What were they doing? I tell you what they're doing. Folkers was on your behalf soliciting and gathering information for a cash award. Let's look at it. We've got his email right here, right over my shoulder. Folkers says, I'm working on this nomination for the Dan David Award for Fauci. We need to beef up the COVID part. Do you have language in the can that you could share that delineates how we responded in new ways to COVID? He sends this to multiple federal employees. What was the Dan David Award? Do you remember, Doc?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
It was a $900,000 cash award.
Not yet.
$900,000.
I'm not trading them to the downside award right now.
And he got it because he used federal employees
the
to
narrative's
get it. And
got to
this
change
wasn't
first.
the only award.
And you'll see it. It'll be obvious.
In fact, you applied for and received at least 8 other federal cash prizes on federal time using federal employees and federal resources. Here they are over my shoulder. Besides the Dan David Award, you've got the Partnership for Public Service, you've got the Adelson Prize, you've got the Smithsonian Award, you've got the National Academy of Medicine's Award, you've got the CDC Foundation. In fact, you turned your staff into a full-time application machine. You actually wrote to people and said, do you think maybe I'd qualify? And you got cash for all of this. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 employees, was it? In fact, you used 8 separate federal employees on federal time using federal resources to solicit cash awards. Isn't that true?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Here they are right over my shoulder. Here's all of them. The people that you use, federal employees, so that you could go and get cash money. And the most hilarious part is that you weren't content to even dragoon them into applying for all of these cash
He said
awards.
goon.
You then had them go out to the ethics agencies and ethics watchdogs and demand that you be able to get the money. That's right. We've got it in your emails. Your staff and employees on federal time, using federal resources, being paid with federal dollars, are soliciting cash for you. And then they're turning around and saying to the agency, we don't want just an answer. We want to get to yes, because Fauci wants the money. He wants it. We want to get to yes, and yes takes time. This is your chief of staff again, using federal email to pressure the agency's own ethics people so that you could get money, so that you could get rich. And it violated the law, didn't it, Dr. Fauci? Didn't it? It violated the law, didn't it? It is a question. You can answer. Go ahead.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Federal law, as you very well know, prohibits the solicitation of cash awards or other personal benefits for federal employees. And it certainly prohibits using your own employees to do this. 5 CFR section 2635-205B. It says it right there in black and white. You cannot use federal resources, federal dollars, federal employees, federal offices, federal email, federal time to solicit cash awards, and you did all of it, and the worst part is thousands of people were dying while you were doing it. You were supposed to be the nation's doctor, and you were playing one on TV, but this is what you were doing with your time. Isn't that true?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Yeah, I can see why. I can certainly see why. You know what I can't quite figure out is that why you were so obsessed with it, because you're already rich. I mean, and your scheme worked here. I mean, your net worth now is north of $12 million. You got over $1 million in cash awards during COVID, during a 12-month, 24-month span during COVID. $1 million you knocked down in cash money using federal resources. Now you're worth more than $12 million. You've got a pension that in its first year paid out north of $400,000 a year. 1 million people dead, you're getting rich. 1 million people dead, you're using federal employees to get cash awards for you. 1 million people dead, and you're here taking the fifth because you don't want to admit that what really happened in all that time was a multi-month, multi-year course of self-dealing. Isn't that true, Dr. Fauci?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Yeah, well, silence is admission.
Oh, for crying out loud.
And here's the day. It wasn't just about the money, really, was it? It was really about a power trip. I mean, through all of this, you want to be the most famous scientist in the world. You were so focused on getting every award and every drop of cash that you could, all because you wanted to be on TV. You wanted to be the sun god of science. You wanted to be the guy who was in charge of it all. You wanted to lambast Trump. You wanted to make sure that nobody else stole your spotlight. You wanted to be the guy. You had time to sit for InStyle magazine. Here's what you were doing with your time. You could sit for InStyle magazine, but you can't answer questions for the American people. You could sit for InStyle magazine, but you're here taking the fifth. You could sit for InStyle magazine and get $1 million in cash awards, but now the cat's got your tongue. I bet he does. I tell you what, here's my conclusion from all of this. This was really all about you the whole time. Somewhere along the way, you lost your way. You may have been a good public servant at one time. I don't know. But I can tell you from reading your emails now, from looking at what you did, how you used your employees, somewhere along the line, it became all about you. You became a narcissist and a megalomaniac and a liar. And you've lied to the American people, and you've lied to this body. And you've disgraced your profession by doing it. You called yourself the most famous scientist in the world. You've done more to harm science than anybody in my lifetime. And I hope you'll go home and write that in your diary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fetterman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fauci, I'm
HIMS,
not
HIMS, and HERS,
here
FTC
to
is,
perhaps
suing
attack you
HIMS
or
and HERS over
defend or
billing
anything.
cancellation of
It's
privacy
really just
practices.
more, honestly, I'm just want to acknowledge, I have had members.
Michael Sandy.
Overbilling, cancellation of privacy practices. Interesting.
Further commentary, FTC is suing HIMS and HERS for sending user health info to Meta and Snap.
So this is going to go high day now? Is that what this is going to do?
HIMS and HERS shares fell to the lows, gap down 26.31 now bounce. Following that,
You're getting sued. Federal Trade Commission is suing you. Go higher than when the news came out.
The U.S. Federal Trade Commission is suing HIMS and HERS over billing, cancellation, and privacy practices.
Make it make sense.
Now, shares of LFMD, competitor to him, seeing a bump in activity on this. Lima Foxtrot, Michael Delta on this negative news on HIMS.
Of my family die from COVID, and now I also grieve for people that I've met that have lost
Go higher.
their
Go
business
higher.
through the pandemic, and they'll never been the same. Now, as during the pandemic, I was the lieutenant governor, so we were in the middle of all of that maelstrom, trying to find the right balance between protect life and protect
Toyota
the
recalls
economics
some curtain
and for all of
shield
it.
airbag
And
service
I'm not
parts.
sure if we got it all right.
About
or wrong,
4,100 service parts
but
are
Without
involved.
a doubt, I can continue to question myself. But one that it's not about much more your regrets, but I have one, and that is early on that there was the theory that the virus could have emerged from the lab. And
Damn, dude.
early on, that became like a right-wing kinds of theory. And I thought it seemed to make sense. Now, there was a really advanced lab that was close by, and then you have this unknown virus out. So, but that became a very partisan thing. And now it seems now it's more and more emerging theory that would have come from the lab. Now, I think that the next time our nation's facing something like this, we are not become, as I might have been, blinded by the partisan idea that maybe the truth might come from a side that's different than you are. But I think we should really be willing to pursue truth, no matter where that may have emerged, for all of that. So, and I now cede the remain back to the chair. Thank you.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will echo Senator Johnson's comments about your opening statement, Mr. Chairman. I think it was dead on. Very, very well done. Mr. Fauci, do you know who David Schertler is?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. What does the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution say?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
No, I'm just asking you what it says.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment.
I find this so funny. I don't know why. You all probably think it's boring. I find this so funny.
Bring it over to you so you can have it for future reference. I think it's something that every American should know what the Constitution says. Do you know who wrote the Fifth Amendment?
I got AMIX up.
I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
So you're invoking a right that you don't know who wrote it or what it says. Is that correct?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
All right, let me tell you who David Schertler is for the audience because he was ejected by the chairman. He's a high-profile criminal attorney. He's represented some really great people, like Senator Bob Menendez. Maybe that's somebody who my Democrat colleagues may remember took gold bars as bribes from the Egyptians. And there's an article here in the Washington Free Beacon that talks about why you would hire a guy like David Schertler. And the comment is, if you're in deep shit, that's who you call. Do you feel like you're in deep shit?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Clearly, what you think today is that somehow you're above reproach. Somehow you feel like you don't need to be treated like a normal American. Can you do me a favor in the audience and stand up if during the time of the COVID pandemic, you were called a racist
What the hell
for
is this
calling
thing?
the virus a Wuhan virus or the China virus, if you thought the 6-foot rule was total crap, if you thought the vaccine wasn't something that you should take, if you thought it was outrageous the way the mask policy was rolled out, if you were fired from your job for not taking that vaccine, including members of the military, if you thought closing schools was catastrophically stupid, and that you thought that during these times saying these things made you somehow a lesser human being. Dr. Fauci, can you just turn around and look at the people behind you? You're not willing to do that? That's not a question. It's not a question. To your lawyers, not a question. It's a request. All you have to do is look up from your lawyers and look at the people who were absolutely shamed for saying what we know now to be the truth. You can't even look at them? That's a question. Are you able to look at them? You can sit down in the audience. There was a mom in Ohio during the depth of the coronavirus pandemic, decided to go to her high school football game for her son. They hadn't been out much. The kids had been learning at school, and then the school got shut down. They hadn't really gotten much out of that
OpenAI
education.
CEO Sam Altman discusses new AI model with U.S. lawmakers. Altman expresses support for AI safety bills, gives no details.
Yeah, safety bills, because he wants to put the brakes on Anthropic because he's getting his ass kicked.
That remote learning was no
Maybe
learning
we
at
should
all.
slow down a
But
bit.
it was a Friday
Maybe
night.
we should slow everybody down a bit.
Her son wanted to go watch a buddy go play football. So they went to the stadium. They sat alone, far from everybody else, just a mom, a dad, a few kids. They didn't feel they needed to wear masks because it was stupid, because they were outside. They all live together. They're not near anybody.
HIMS, hims and hers, falling again now.
Dr. Fauci, do you know what happened to that mom and that family?
Oh, now it wants to go down, you piece of horse shit!
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Oh, telling the
They
Michael
were
Sandy.
dragged out of that stadium and arrested.
Damn.
Those policies were put in place because you had moronic politicians that listened to the words of a megalomaniac who was more interested in having met a Kardashian than the suffering of the American people, and that is you. Your advice to communities like that, to idiotic politicians who enforce those rules, arrested that mom for watching a football game with her own family outside. When that story broke, I said to myself, I cannot stand idly on the side and watch this happen. It was about 6 years ago today that I decided I'm going to give up my businesses, sell them all, run for office, run for the United States Senate. Here I am sitting in front of you 6 years later saying, who the fuck do you think you were for doing that?
Oh, Jesus.
It is a total disgrace what you did to this country. And if my Democrat colleagues are standing there defending you, I hope the voters of the United States of America watch the clips of every one of you doting on a guy who was more interested in being a celebrity than saving American people.
Go low a day, you piece of shit.
Make it my mission to make certain that every single one of those Democrats who did that will see that clip over and over and over again. Because there is no defense of what you did.
Piece of
You
shit.
may have had a 50-plus year legacy of public service, but it ends in total and complete disgrace. So let me ask you an opportunity to answer one question. will you apologize, just apologize, to the people who you harmed through your actions? Will you say, do you have the dignity to just say you're sorry?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
So you won't apologize to the military members who Joe Biden summarily dismissed from the military for not taking the vaccine?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Will you apologize to the business owners that lost their business, shattered their lives, and they'll never recover?
On the advice
This is
of counsel,
SSR. I didn't know that.
decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment.
26 coming up here. Let's see if it
Will you
flushes or not.
apologize to the moms who had to force their infant children, 2, 3, 4-year-olds, to put masks on, and what that did and how that traumatized those kids?
Under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Right through
Will
it.
you apologize to the family members of the people who died because they took your advice and not only got the first vaccine, but the 5, 6 other boosters that they did not need?
To answer based
Really
upon
picking up
my
now.
rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Will you apologize to that mom from Ohio for being arrested for watching a football game with her family?
A possible negative catalyst here. Social media account Claude has sold
Amendment to the
Halo
Constitution.
Hotel Alpha Lima Oscar. Shares going to
So you didn't know who wrote the Fifth Amendment. It's James
HALL
Madison.
being sold.
Lived in this town. I can only wonder what he would think of somebody like you invoking his writings to shield culpability for the actions that you took. It's no secret why you have to hire the biggest dirtbag attorney on the planet because of what you did. I hope you're paying him well. And I hope that one way or the other, somewhere, sometime, you answer for your crimes.
Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing today. Dr. Fauci, Americans haven't forgotten the tragic stories of people who lost loved ones during COVID and those that were denied a chance to say goodbye to their family members that were in hospitals or residing in nursing homes because of the COVID-19 protocols. Americans haven't forgotten the mandates, the adverse reactions to vaccines, the government misinformation, social media censorship, hotlines to tattle on their neighbors, the forced school closures, the tragic rise in suicides, or those businesses that were forced to close during lockdowns. Americans haven't forgotten the hundreds of billions
Damn right, Billy.
of dollars spent by taxpayers
Not
for
digging up
COVID
too many
relief
yams right now.
stolen
Let's be clear.
by fraudsters who bought
Once again,
Royals,
the day trading account
excuse me,
is getting its
Rolls
ass kicked by the
Royces
E-Trade account.
and yachts.
I literally forgot I
These were
bought
taxpayer
puts
dollars.
of hymns
Americans
when that
have
headline
lost
came out because I was
trust
so
in science
disappointed
and government
that this
after
trade
the
went
COVID
red by
response.
$100.
Trust, which will be incredibly
That I forgot I'm still
difficult
short
for us to
until
gain back.
I flip back over here
Dr.
at this
Fauci,
point.
you said that the science was evolving and that your
I'm accidentally
recommendations
making money on
evolved
E-Trade.
with it. But Americans remember
How much am I
you
out?
as the
I took the
public
$26
face
puts.
of the
They're up 225%.
coronavirus
Already sold
response.
half.
As
I
one of
took
the
20, I
nation's
have 10
most
left.
trusted voices, you urged policies you said were
Just can't even make this shit up.
absolutely necessary, even when those policies came at an enormous human and economic cost. And Americans deserve answers
I see the AI on
about
Max. Gotta get over
reports that
VLAN.
you may have worked with others to pressure the president into adopting the slow the spread strategy and why you later sought an unconditional pardon for crimes you may have committed dating back to 2014. Dr. Fauci, in 2022, you had a taxpayer-funded salary of $480,000 a year.
This is just
You
drilling.
were, in fact, the highest-paid federal employee in the entire federal government, even making more than the
Through
NIH
25,
director
like it's not even there.
and the President of the United States. According to now public documents, that was due in large part to your work on biodefense. Unreported is how NIAID spent over $1 billion from 2009 to 2026 in biodefense and influenza federal contracts and subcontracts. My office uncovered records on usaspending.gov that show from 2015 to 2020, NIAID paid out $515,418 in subcontracts to Harbin Veterinary Institute in Harbin, China, including $100,000 a few days after it opened a BSL-4 biolab in 2018. That very same institute was criticized for doing gain-of-function bird flu research in 2013. And yet you were funding them for years after that, sending U.S. taxpayer dollars to China. These contracts, which we also trace to NIAID, show U.S. taxpayers funded gain-of-function researchers in the Netherlands and in Wisconsin, funding the same folks whose controversial work led President Obama to pause this exact type of dangerous pandemic research. Dr. Fauci, did you know that the NIH's billion-dollar Sears contract programs were funding gain-of-function researchers in China, the U.S., and in the Netherlands?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Dr. Fauci, Dr. Deborah Birx wrote in her book that you and President Obama's former CDC director were at a Saturday, March 14th, 2020 meeting at her home 2 days before the president announced his 15 days to slow the spread effort. Your now released diaries said the meeting was a week before that. Dr. Birx said you all were trying to trap the president into having no other options. She wrote, your plan was to, quote, block any of the president's escape routes. So, quote, he'd have no choice but to agree to our flatten the curve measures. Yes or no, Dr. Fauci, did you try to block or trap President Trump into the slow the spread, flatten the curve measures in March 2020?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
When the COVID-19 virus broke out in Wuhan, China, you, Dr. Fauci, knew pretty much right away that NIH had funded Chinese labs, including those doing coronavirus research. There's email traffic from early January 2020 where your staff was flagging for you that NIH funded coronavirus research at the Wuhan lab through EcoHealth Alliance. Yet few Americans knew we funded the Wuhan lab because the funding went through a sub-award and was not reported to the public database like usaspending.gov as it should have been. Also, EcoHealth violated federal law by failing to report in its research papers
Airbus CEO very committed to Bromo satellite venture. Satellite venture moving forward. Airbus committed to Eurodrone. Set up slightly different, still engaged in dispute with P&W over engine numbers. Working to resolve engine dispute in constructive manner.
Both by you, Dr. Fauci, and through USAID. But first it passed through EcoHealth Alliance, which I helped to get defunded through the NDAA. Dr. Fauci, did you intentionally use subaward funding to obscure NIH funding of Chinese biolabs and coronavirus research?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
NIAID awarded multi-million-dollar grants to a number of scientists shortly after they wrote publicly in the Proximal Origins paper that the COVID virus likely came from nature. The documents Chairman Paul released last week show in private those same scientists were much more open to the virus being from a lab. In 2023, Representative Jordan insinuated that you basically gave a $9 million bribe in the form of an NIH grant to NIH-funded virologists to say the virus likely was
Hims and
from
Hers
nature.
shares fell
Dr.
12.2%
Fauci, yes or no,
after
did you
reports the
reward
U.S. Federal Trade
Proximal
Commission
Origin
sued the company,
authors by giving them
alleging it transmitted
NIAID
users' health
grants
data
or
to Meta and
contracts?
Snap.
Shares of Nokia at the 850 level now on this news from Semaphore, November Oscar Kilo.
Dr. Fauci, we have learned that U.S. coronavirus researchers at UNC shipped, quote, humanized or transgenic mice to China by around 2017 for use in their dangerous coronavirus work. Under your NIAID coronavirus, researchers also used aborted baby body parts in mice research, and taxpayers paid for them to do that. NIH-funded coronavirus researcher Dr. Ralph Barrick and his colleagues at UNC put parts of livers, thymuses, and chunks of human fetal lung that they got from aborted, almost 5-month-old human babies. They put those parts in their research mice. They disgustingly named them BLTL mice and wrote they had created a, quote, sandwich of aborted body parts in the mice. Get it, folks? BLT. A BLT sandwich. Your RML lab employees in Montana also ordered and used aborted baby body parts in their taxpayer-funded research.
On WEX, introduces Secure Fuel AI-powered fraud prevention for commercial fleets.
Post-COVID work. NIH funded putting aborted babies' fingers and scalps off the heads of aborted babies and putting them into the backs of research mice. The scalps later grew fine baby hair in the mice. They even included those disgusting photos in their research paper that you funded. Not all of those were research on coronaviruses, but some were. Thankfully, the current NIH director has said no more of this. Dr.
Might
Fauci,
get a 5-minute cock bounce here.
Do you think that human aborted parts should be put into mice for coronavirus research?
The advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Mr. Chairman, would you direct the witness to answer the questions that we have been asking?
He probably would if he was here, but I can direct it. But no, I think we understand his answer.
We do understand that. Americans are asking for accountability, Dr. Fauci, and your silence is very telling. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm the most junior member of the Senate here, showing from where I sit. I just got here last year. Many of you may remember I was the Attorney General in Florida who fought back against the lockdowns, the school closures, the church closures, everything to embrace sanity and science. We fought back. We got ridiculed for it. And we didn't just call people names. We actually impaneled a grand jury.
All right, close out my puts.
People of all
it's a nice win.
walks of life,
I'm literally down 3K in this account, up 3K in the other account. How is it possible?
Fighting for a free state amongst states that had locked their own people down. We are now called the Free State of Florida. And I believe our responsibility here is to make sure that government remembers the people are our bosses.
Users. Yes,
that we report to them, that we're accountable to them. Government shouldn't operate for itself. Government operates on behalf of and for the American people. And anytime we get close to reporting back to our bosses about what government has done or how it's been abused, or how individuals that are employed by the government had acted in their own self-interest or against the interests of the American people, every time we get close, if we start uncovering outrageous fraud, we'll have a hearing, and the tactics have been to not show up. So you'll have all of us over here trying to drill down on why we've been giving money that actually works against American citizens, and no one shows up. Today well, nobody's here at the moment. Today there seems to be a different tactic. Today we have Democrats showing up and trying to spin why we shouldn't even be having this hearing to report back to our bosses. One said, today's hearing does damage. It will deter others from public service. Another said, this hearing is designed to entrap you. Another said, one fell all over himself, flattering you, thanking you for your service multiple times, quoting man in the arena. Another said that we are demeaning first responders, and today is a sad play in a repeated playbook, or we're going after one man. I mean, all of their time was used on why we should not be having the hearing.
All right. I have a drain outside that I need to do some work on, and I'm going to take about 40 minutes to work on it before the 2 o'clock FOMC news comes out. So I'm going to take a little break here. Like I said, I'm down $3K in this account, up $3K in the E-Trade account. Literal break-even day. Exact same thing as I did yesterday, by the way. So anyway, I got to go work on that.
CEO
I'm going to take about a 40-minute break,
and
I'll be back for
850 and 890 aircraft and
FOMC.
counting on appropriate level of P&W deliveries for 2027.
Hey, I caught a possum. Bet you didn't have that on your bingo card today. Yes, give me Yoda.
I'll take care of you.
Come on, Yoda. Right here, Yoda. It's where I deserve it. Give it to me.
Final trades on CNBC, STLD Steel Dynamics, CBRE, AAPL, Apple. Final trades on CNBC. Also the 10-year Treasury.
Possible negative catalyst being circulated for LRN, Lima, Romeo, November, LRN. OpenAI is offering 100,000 academics free access to ChatGPT. LRN shares getting a bump in activity here on this. Selling off now below 97 for LRN on this.
All right, so I just wanted to answer this question here about the shelf registration. You know, the company doesn't have an active S3, but they have other filings that allow them to sell. So the answer is they can sell something, and they probably are. And so DFNS, although it did look like it could possibly curl above 36.69, it's just way too choppy. It actually looks like a heartbeat, like a, one second here. It's that mammogram, I think, heartbeat. I mean, I don't know, you know, it looks like that. That's what it looks like. So when the EK, yeah, when it looks like that, there's really no safe trade. Even if you get a good entry, you're just gonna get stopped out. And so we need things to have momentum ascending in some type of channel, and this is kind of like a war between the market makers. So it, you know, it is higher than where it was yesterday, but just barely. I mean, from the close of yesterday, but it's lower than where it was at the high. So we're not yet over that prior high, and you know, maybe this is the beginning of the end of the move. You know, so yeah, I like that saying, Robert. I wouldn't blame you. And you know, we have a couple patterns that look like, in theory, they could curl. AMIX, right, and NCRA, but is it the type of day where these can actually form in a safe manner? You know, I did see NCRA pop up earlier, and it was just, you know, that this move here, you can't even say it was a fake out because it never really reclaimed. It's just that company has an active S3, they could be selling, and they probably are. The dollar volume is 333 million, and the stock has been around VWAP pretty much all day since the market opened. So VWAP is right here, and the fact that the stock kind of gravitates towards it every time it pops or drops means they are probably selling, because these selling programs sell around VWAP, the volume weighted average price. So you know, if we start seeing different price action, like holding 390 and going higher, maybe I'll change my tune, but I wouldn't buy breakouts on that stock at all. If you get lucky and you're in, you know, for the halt up, then good for you, but generally I would just stay away. So we're trying to figure out here if there's anything to watch into 3 o'clock and into power hour, and I don't think there is. MSS came back down, WLDS down, STFS down, GMM, same thing, SkyQ and Vivek, and that's it, right? Like, there isn't anything else. SBRC, same thing. The VWAP is on all the time frames that I have, so it doesn't really matter. But when I was talking about it, I was talking about the 1 minute, if that was your question. So let's take a look at large caps. Market is down still. I'm not even sure I would call it consolidating. It's a little too low. In order to have some afternoon action, ideally we would want like AMIX way above VWAP, you know, 620 or so. Everything that we were watching before, we would want a little higher. NCRA, we would want around 390 later. Yeah. Little relief bounce, maybe. I mean, SpaceX could go to, let's say, 135, but still go down later this year. So I'm not convinced that the momentum is back there. It's still a downtrend, even if it bounces, 10%. I'd like to see basically the stock, basically break 100 and prove that it can hold. I mean, you could say you can, maybe hold this 110 level, but I think a lot of people are, they have this earnings conference call next month. Is that correct? On 8/4/26. Yeah. So the stock is heading down towards earnings, and as we approach earnings, it might just stop going down until then. But maybe it goes sideways until a few more days until we get to earnings. And then it's like a binary bet. Like, what does it do, up or down? Now, the Korean IPO, they reported kind of like negative earnings, right? So they already knew that it was going to be negative, and they IPO'd anyway. So they tried to get ahead of what would be bad earnings. Let me try to find the post. Yeah, they missed earnings by 5%. And so the insiders already knew they would miss when they IPO'd, but they did so anyway. And so the question is SpaceX going to fall in that same category? I'm going to say...
In a CNBC interview, Hassett says we expect wars to do the right thing.
I doubt they would miss. But the question is it good enough for the stock to go up? So the reason why stocks go up is because of good guidance, right? Good future guidance. And if the guidance is strong, then maybe SpaceX does go up, and maybe this is the interim low for now. So we'll have to see. Kind of depends on the ethics and the morals of the company. Did SpaceX issue their IPO knowing that the earnings are going to be negative or not? Like the Korean one, the Korean IPO that they already knew it would be negative. So we'll see. It's a good, interesting thought there. I'm going to guess that Elon probably is not going to torpedo himself and that their earnings will be strong, but doesn't necessarily mean it'll go up. So we'll see. If the earnings are strong, I think I would probably target that 135 level.
GWAV shares moving here.
Think about what that is. Hold on.
Filing out from the company 10Q.
So 116.31
Whiskey
to
Alpha
135.
Victor.
A 16% increase. Yeah, I think that's probably reasonable. All right. Anyway. Well, Stack just is up 16%. I don't know. The issue is we need volume. We need volume to come in and be, the mover that everyone's trading. And so this is not it yet. It could be, but not yet. Wasn't the U.S. Airlines the one that got grounded yesterday? Or was that American? That was American, yeah. I guess it's the same company, right? Yeah. American Airlines is U.S. Airlines. And so they were grounded yesterday on a technical or IT issue.
GWAV shares continue to pop here now, $3.90 on that 10Q filing.
I wonder if we should call the bottom on Tesla. Should we call the bottom on Tesla? It's funny because it's at a really important level. This is the 2023 candle high, 299.29. And so like the next big level would be a lot lower, 248.48. It's interesting following both SpaceX and Tesla, like to see how correlated they're going to be in the future.
GWAV shares halted on a circuit breaker. Right now up about 58%.
I think we're going to call it. But there's going to be, you know,
revenue up.
The important part of this call is it needs to hold 29.29.
122% year over year.
Tesla can go down a little bit more, but I would want it to recover $29.99, whatever, $300 basically. But I think we can say, I'll go on the record to say that interim bottom for now. And if I'm wrong, then 248.48, much lower. That's so. The one issue and tricky part about this call is the 200 EMA is 396. So we are below the 200 EMA. We're fighting the trend. It's counterintuitive. Doesn't really make sense to do that, but based on the technicals, it looks like it could bounce. Yeah, so, but at least if I'm wrong, then you know not really to hold it below 300. Like if it keeps going down, and you just let go of it, and we'll find another trade on it. We might, because remember we were talking about the SpaceX into earnings. So SpaceX was coming down, right? It was coming down, and then we noticed that earnings are coming next month. So we're kind of now expecting a bounce into earnings. And then from there, we don't really know what will happen, but yeah, I like that idea. We're gonna go with that one. We'll pray to the stock market gods to lift both of these stocks out of their depths. And if not, then Elon gets poorer. Hey, William. You know, I really don't know. I don't know. Probably a better question for support. It's somewhere in the dashboard. All right, so let's move on from this idea here. Let's look at MU. So MU filled the gap, but I don't really, I'm kind of negative on MU on long term. SNDK, I'm still kind of negative on this one as well. It doesn't mean we're going to short it, but it just means that I don't really like the chart. What other big one was there? So the original idea with CRM still going up, which is good. The next big level there was 198.75 if you somehow still own it. Did you buy G-Wave halt? The resumption showing 450. There's always somebody out there buying the random halt. There's always somebody. Maybe this is a good way to segue into NCRA, that rally that it had before. So basically NCRA halted up.
Ticker Hims and Hers
but,
here.
You know,
Hims and Hers is responding to the allegations. Says the lawsuit disregards substantial evidence we provided the FTC during its near 3-year investigation.
And so, like, that halt didn't
Ticker
really
Hims
work.
with the bump in activity on.
Sadly, sometimes these little low
its
volume
response
ones
to
can
the
pop
FTC
further
allegations here.
because people are not prepared to be selling or anything like that. But it doesn't mean it's going to continue. It's still just a gamble. I think this week we had a lot of halts, yeah. Let me redo the levels for G-Wave. These are older levels that I had, but they may not be right. So let's redo them. Well, there's your first level, 640. A little minor level here, 7.3 million shares at 430. $523. $850, and that's probably it for now. I think we'll just use that. So basically upon resumption, you would want 430 to become support. That's a 7.3 million share candle. And then get to, you know, that next. I mean, you could put a level right here. It's just kind of close. I don't think there's any point. 457. And then there's 523 and 640. was about 67,000 shares in that last candle. Well, I think every charting platform can do the same thing. It's just, what are you good at? That's all. TradingView got popular during COVID, and at the time I was already using Thinkorswim, so I didn't really switch or anything like that. James, you're talking about the data box, this guy here. I think you go to Style, Tools, data box mode, and then click Fixed. Now you can do floating, but floating is very annoying because as you move, you get this really annoying pop-up. You can't stand it, so I just use the floating one. The fixed one, and I kind of keep it on the side. Oh, the crosshair probably. Yeah, I'm not too sure where that is, but somewhere in here. I think under appearance, if you click cross,
U.S. Energy Secretary Wright says U.S. military escorting oil and gas through the strait.
You have to forgive me there. I don't really remember. It's probably been like 10 years since I changed that setting. There's the resumption. 430 needs to hold. That's going a little bit too low. Now, if you would imagine what this is, it's like a tug of war. You have the longs and the shorts, and right now, the shorts are a little bit stronger. They're flexing. And we have like Grandma on the team. You know, Grandma's not pulling hard enough. And so maybe we shouldn't buy anything until we get Grandma off the team. But you get my point here. There has to be like a substantial amount of conviction, guts, confidence.
Possible negative catalyst for Microsoft here. Disney is ditching Microsoft's GitHub Copilot and adding OpenAI's.
There's some grandmas in here. No disrespect to grandmas. We love the grandmas, but just trying to get my point across here. So we have a high volume candle now, right? The high volume candle low is 38. Sorry. 380. 380. So 380 needs to hold now. Yeah, no problem. We're not insulting the grandmas. But, you know, it's the reality. We have to be, the long traders have to be strong for these things to work. So, and that's how you know it's like going to be a bad day or a slow day is when you start seeing longs just are weak, either in pre-market or later. Now this stock had earnings today, but Actually, what is that? It had news recently. I'm not too sure why that came out at 1:16 p.m. for. Was that a press release at 1 o'clock? That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. What's going on, Russ? Yeah, G-Wave has, well, their S3 is over, I think, by now. No, their S3 is still active. They have about, it's been 2 years and 11 days, so they have 3 years to use the active S3, so still in effect. But you know, it would be crazy for the company to be using it like right now when the volume is so low. The dollar volume is like less than 5 million. No, I really don't like the trailing stop, Robert. Are you trying to hold longer? Just sell most of your position and then hold a little bit left. But if it goes underneath your cost basis, you know, just get rid of it. I don't have a good recommendation for you for a stop, a trailing stop, because I don't use it. So MACD is still green on this one. Yeah, they're good for 3 years. So they have 3 years to sell, quote, time from time to time, unquote, whatever. So it expires and then they have to issue a new one maybe. So you just count from the date of when it's filed to the current date of today, and then you'll get your number. There was a seller around 430. Normally in hot markets, you know, this pattern resolves pretty quickly. In this type of market, no. Thinking back to the Tesla idea that we had about, 15 minutes ago, the news item down here reminds me, Trump, the administration banning Chinese humanoid robots and also the robots that look like dogs. Now, that is extremely good for Tesla. I mean, we knew that we would do that. There's no scenario where we would have Chinese robots walking around. But it's good to confirm that, and so that's another thing to add to the positive nature of the stock, maybe. I'll probably post that a little bit later today, that idea. All right, it's so slow. We're going to head off here, 134. Keep in mind, this needs a whole 380 in my view. It might fail right here, but you might get a recovery of the 20 moving average at 357 and then a ramp back up. The whole price would be around 5 right now. So we'll see how it's around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, we'll be here. Take care.
opening square bracket, closing square bracket, 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 closing square bracket, opening 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 square bracket, closing square bracket.
All right. 5 minutes. 6 minutes. I get some dudes in chat. What the hell? What the hell? All right, I have 2 minutes on the prediction. Do rates hike, yes or no? Do rates hike, yes or no? Zabine.
Reuters reported Shell and Phillips, SHEL and PSX, working on a potential sale of their stakes in the Explorer pipeline. Deal could value the pipeline at about $3.5 billion, according to Reuters sources. That's SHEL and PSX. S&P futures right now pulling back ahead of the Fed rate decision.
Rate cut. All right. One minute.
Coming up on 1 minute to the Fed rate decision.
Didn't realize I had thing on. All right. Well, I'll leave it on so we can hear what's going on here. There we go.
Fed keeps Fed funds rate unchanged at 3.5% to 3.75%. Discount rate unchanged at 3.75%. The FOMC voted 9-3 for the rate action. Fed holds steady decision face mounting internal opposition. Fed Presidents Hamid Kashgari and Logan dissented. Fed dissenters preferred a quarter-point rate hike. Fed's brief policy statement nearly unchanged from June. Again, the Fed leaving the rate unchanged. Discount at 3.75%. Fed funds 3.5 to 3.75%. S&P futures now getting a pop here. Down about 22. Coming up at 2:30, Fed Chair Warsh with his first press conference following a rate decision.
Let's see if it depths and reps. I'm sorry. Not depths and reps. I don't know why I said that. Let's see if it reverses. Three dissenters. I mean, so the 9-3 was the vote. Typically, historically, until very recently, it's been a unanimous decision. But that has changed in the past year, basically. So now we have a split decision of 9 voted to hold the vote or hold the rates the same, and 3 dissented saying that we should raise rates.
Rate decision. Dow futures down 699.
Cleveland President Hammack, Minneapolis Fed President Kashkari, and Dallas Fed President Logan were the dissenting
at 41.30. And Bitcoin futures up 645, now at 64,515.
So now we got to wait for FOMC.
Members, keep in mind the FOMC Fed Chair press conference begins at 2:30 p.m. As always, we will be radio silent during his conference.
Why is that there? SPRC, man. It's a tough one. I already did the channel points. Yeah, they're already out. NCRA. AEHR? No idea. Spy, let's see if it gives that up or not. So in about 23 minutes, we'll have the press, the presser. To see the blonde one more time. Oh my gosh. Here, I got something for you, Luke Dog. There you go. Is that safe for work? No. September, 77%. Is that what they're pricing in? You're telling me that Trump's pick is gonna raise, I mean, it's not just him, but is going to allow this crew to raise rates right before midterms? That'd be wild. This is their chance. Yeah, if they were going to do it, you got to do it sooner rather than you getting wrecked in Dram. Poutine. Sorry to hear that, brother. Anthony, 18 months.
I am getting wrecked in Dram.
Poutine, 50 months, my man. My man. Too late, Warsh. It's been awfully quiet about Warsh, though, huh? Almost like he knows it might have to be coming. Almost like rates, he's been told, have to go. It's a wild, wild time we live in. Who told them? Maybe Warsh. I don't know. Maybe they've had a discussion like, listen, we have to. Otherwise, the story's lost. Let me ask y'all something. This is real talk here. I've had this thought for like probably months now, and it's pretty scary to me. Here's the thought. This is real talk. I'm not joking around. So, do any of you have the thought that like, okay, trying to figure out how to phrase this because it's more of a feeling than a thought. To where you feel the absolute need and urge to make a bag now. Because if you don't, you're not going to ever be able to get ahead of the game. And it's this ever-lying pressure to where that water's rising. You got your chin over the water right now. But that everything's more expensive is always rising, and you cannot escape. Every time you make a little bit more, that water rises right up to you to where you're about to drown. And if you don't make your bag now, the K-shaped economy that we are in right now is just going to be more and more impossible. And at some point, you might slip up and you might not be able to get your head above water again. Not saying that you're going to drown and go bankrupt, but you lost the opportunity to get ahead. I have that feeling so often, and I feel like I might be in a great spot. I don't have debt. But it's like you could either make $40K a year and get free healthcare, probably get some kind of food stamps, whatever benefit you get from making that, or you can make $200K a year, pay out the ass in taxes, pay out the ass in healthcare, and you're on the same level. And that's like the chin above water. Like, what's the point? Unless I can make my bag and catapult myself way past that line, like, what's the freaking point? It's like, all right, put it this way. I made $200K last year, or $250, minus expenses and all this stuff. Let's just call it $200. Half of that gone, taxes. Got $100K. Health insurance, $20K a year. Property taxes, whatever other taxes, life taxes, whatever, knocks that down. Now you're sitting around, I don't know, 70. We'll call it $70K. Then you have food.
I never counted. I am not really
normal
a
shit.
Guy, you know.
Life, living, whatever. Take another 20 off. Now you're down to $50K. So I worked $200K to get $50K. Worked my ass off, right? Or I could go work, make $50K, and get all the shit I pay taxes for free. That's not apples to apples. I get it. Not exact science and math, but that's how I feel. Like, what is the damn point? That's how I feel sometimes. So it's like, you got to make your bag. I get some dudes in chat. What the hell? It's over 200K in a year. You have to make way over 200K.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Now that I've put that out on the table, I'll be starting my OnlyFeet subscription service. If you're interested in that, DM me. With a scratch and sniff option if you pay extra.
No, I don't think I will.
I am blessed with being tall, but my wang also is 2 feet long. So the splash isn't really that big of a deal. But when when you're shooting out of a fire hose, you still get splash. PR's
you understand what I'm saying?
It has to be. It has to be.
Can you feel the tension in the air right now? I know I can. I can feel it all the way down in my plums, getting all swollen with a light blue hue to them. Fresh and juicy, ready for the picking.
It's like you have to go to PR. Smiling, walking into the gay man's store, about to receive a gay package. I need to make way more than 150K a year, roughly. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like if you make anything in that mushy middle, the variable price you pay for life, healthcare is the big one. That freaking just sucks you back down.
Be afraid, you should not. Oh, take care of me.
Make 70K. I just want to cry. Oh, God. Natty, on 70K, 78K a year, how much in taxes do you pay? Roughly. I mean, you don't have to say anything all the time. Just curious. Like, what does that knock you down to? And then you got life you have to pay out of that. Why? So I mean, that's just, holy crap. 25, I guess. Jeez. Sucks you right down to the 50 level.
Can't see. Yoda can't see. Can't see.
All this money for health insurance, then you need it. Jump through hoops. How about homeowners insurance? My home is still wrecked from Hurricane Helene. They were able to say, no, we don't cover any of that. Oh, why do I have this shit? Yeah. So yeah, and health insurance, yeah, you're paying XYZ, however ass load amount it is per year, only to find out that once you actually need it, you got to pay a deductible first before you actually can use it. It's like, oh, thank you. I pay $20,000 a year, and I have to pay $25,000 deductible before I can get to use this $20,000 hole I get. Man, it's a great deal. What? Trying your luck with the VA. Is it bad? So you vets, you get like no help? I don't know anybody. I mean, I do know vets that go to the VA, but it's not a topic of conversation that they typically like to talk about. I know I've been paying for yeah.
Hey! Ho, ho, ho! Ho, ho, homeowners insurance, merry mid-smash!
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Oh, yeah, you know that insurance you've been paying for 20% of your paycheck every year? You actually need to use it now? Oh, well, that money's no longer around. You have to pay now. Now you have to pay more, and then we'll come in. Holy jeez. For travel insurance. So yeah, that's how I feel constantly. It's a really depressing state. What was how much did I make the year before? It was like my worst trading year ever. Profitable. Wasn't it like the 15 or 20K I made? And then last year I made 250K? 40? I can't remember. It was bad. So I feel that the result of my trading, I feel out of those 2 years, I feel equal. I feel like I'm in the same spot. I have nothing to show for it. That's how I feel. I get that, Nick. I'm not saying I'm in a bad place, but I feel like I didn't get ahead. Like, I want to get to the point where I don't care how much my health insurance costs. Like, I don't care. Like, I want to get to that point. Like, I don't care what it is. Whatever, it's just what it is. I make so much money, I got to pay full price and then some. Like, I'm not there yet. I'm at the I can still bitch about it state of affairs. $250K brings you even. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. $250K. That's like the break even. What the hell? And it shouldn't be. Like, in what world does $250K make you feel like, well, it was a good year, I guess. I paid all my bills. Should be dancing naked in the street. Been gone since 10. Cosmo, I'm down 3,000 in this account, up 3,000 in the E-Trade account. I think you're forgetting about your most important valuable investment you're holding, the used bowling shoe collection. Listen, that's a long-term investment. So I can't think about that. Also, Han Solo, as I point to his wang, long-term investment. Those things are going to take years to come to fruition. I don't care if I have to wait 5 months to get a knee replacement. Jesus. Did you marry Doc Earl or something? Can I fix your login issues? Well, Mac, you gotta, if you're having issues, talk to Salt Life. And
Storsky
also,
Kunci asked me,
are you going to the right
give
website?
it to me straight.
Address.
Oh, mighty Ford F-150. Can we outrun this darn K-shaped economy by scalping Chinese penny stocks that get halted 84 times a day? Or is there another way, brother? Straight? No, brother. You don't outrun a K-shaped economy by playing halt-happy Chinese penny stocks like it's a slot machine with a brokerage app. That's how you get speed, drama, and regret. Better move. Quality names, cash flow, patience, and not worshiping garbage. Built Ford tough. When the road gets ugly, drive the truck, not the clown car.
That's hilarious. Yeah, we got Warsh in a minute and a half here. Careful on this DFNS. It's quoting even right now. Sam Altman meeting at the White House this week. It's quoting 44. Just lost our gains on the day. The hell, you were up like almost 2,000, right? All right. What's the SPY doing right now? Gave it all back. All right, boys, we're about to find out what's going on with Warsh. His little, whatever he called those groups. Still showing break even. It's a pretty big move without a pullback. Oh, there was one right here. Might get a pullback to 40. We'll see. Task Force. Thank you. I keep forgetting the name of it. Oh, what the hell. Somehow I managed to pause this.
Fed's Warsh begins his press conference.
Good day. My second FOMC committee meeting as chairman has come quickly. It's probably too early to call it a streak, but our discussions again were collegial and constructive. I'm truly lucky to work with colleagues so capable and mission focused, and so determined, like I am, to sharpen the performance of the Federal Reserve. Today, as you know, our committee decided to vote by a 9-3 vote to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5 to 3.
Fresh, where have you been, brother?
The committee is continuing its policy of making ample reserves in the banking system. The economy is showing impressive resilience. Even with recent shocks, the trends are positive and reveal solid growth. Job gains have kept pace with the workforce, and the unemployment rate has changed little. Inflation remains elevated relative to the committee's 2% goal. The committee remains resolute. You've heard this before, but we will deliver price stability.
As before, the policy statement conveys just the facts. It's steering clear of forecasting, a choice we consider especially prudent at these uncertain times.
Well, pull back to 40.
Uncertainty, however, does not mean a lack of clarity.
I don't trust it. Now I feel like
for some households, businesses, and market professionals,
and he's going to come.
5 years of high inflation have left a mistaken impression that's hard to shake, that the Fed's implicit inflation target was somehow above 2%. Let me reiterate, there is no soft inflation target. There is no soft implicit target, not on this committee's watch. There's only a target, and it's 2%. Not one of my FOMC colleagues is under any illusion. We have begun a new chapter, and we understand that the 5+ years of inflation above target cannot be cured in 9 weeks or by a single month of modest price decreases. This Fed will not waver. Our credibility rests on performing our duties and delivering on our responsibilities. Americans are right to expect that because our nation's prosperity depends on it. To the regulars here in the press room, today's assessment might sound familiar, yet there was nothing inertial about our discussions, our policy, or our strategy. 2 economic developments are worth highlighting. The first is a very notable change since our last meeting 42 days ago. Nominal and real yields are materially higher across the Treasury curve. In fact, some of the increases in market interest rates between FOMC meetings are among the most significant in the last 2 decades, ranking around the top decile or so. But if the committee didn't change its policy rate, what happened? In the intermeeting period, market attention centered on real data and real economic developments.
It's going to halt or what?
Prices reacted in real time to incoming information.
That's weird.
And the reduction in forward guidance may have been a factor. Market participants are learning to play the ball, not the referee. And market prices will continue to respond in the direction and magnitude they see fit. This is, in my view, a change for the better, and we're just getting started. After all, the central bank need not always and everywhere be the center of attention. I understand the desire for rolling forecasts and commentary from this committee, but for our part, we need to observe market reaction to developments, direct and unfiltered. I want to stress, of course, that decisions by this committee matter a great deal. And where necessary and appropriate, we will not hesitate to act. A second economic development is one that I noted at the congressional oversight hearings this month, but it's worth repeating. The most striking feature of the economy is the strong growth of business investment. The surge in high-tech CapEx has been remarkable, but that does not necessarily make the Fed's role any easier. In the AI-related category of high-tech equipment and software, the most recent data shows 4-quarter growth rates of nearly 20%. This is helping to sustain the healthy momentum of manufacturing output. More generally, CapEx is preparing the ground for future growth. Nonetheless, the precise timing and magnitude of effects on the supply side remain hard to predict. FOMC meetings produce policy decisions, but just as important is candid discussion of the big things that matter most.
I don't know what sets this off.
That too is a priority in this new chapter at the Fed. In our meeting, vigorous discussion centered on 4 questions, which I will enumerate. First, we talked a lot about the implications of the past 5 years of high inflation on the current policy conjuncture. To echo an old phrase, has the past really passed? Second, my colleagues and I considered the economic shocks of recent years, strained supply chains arising from the pandemic, military conflicts, energy supply disruptions, substantial increases in tariff rates, and yes, the surge in AI-related investment. These differ in their sources. Do they also differ in their effects on output and employment? Third, we took up the related question of price increases arising from shocks. The business CapEx boom, for example, is driving up prices of memory and logic chips and associated AI infrastructure. Do these changes indicate a broader inflationary dynamic, or do we just focus on them because they are under the bright streetlight? Finally, we discuss monetary policy tools and strategies for achieving stable prices. If, as the Fed has long held, interest rate policy should be its primary monetary policy instrument, how much accommodation are we getting from the balance sheet? In all of this, our work is advancing at the Fed. We're asking the right questions. And in this consequential time, we know how very much depends on getting the right answers. Of course, you've all arrived with questions of your own, so let's turn to them now.
Let's start with Steve.
Thank you for taking our questions, Mr. Chairman. Sure. You've had a couple months now, or 9 weeks, or whatever number it is, to see the markets behave in the absence of forward guidance. I'm wondering if you could tell me, what message are you getting from the markets as to where policy ought to be right now?
Yeah, so I think officially it's 8 weeks and 4 days, but I'm not counting. The message from markets is the
his little
message
jokes.
from markets. What I've really been trying to do, Steve, as I think you appreciate, your colleagues appreciate, is getting an unfiltered message from markets, getting a direct message. Letting buyers and sellers meet at prices for treasuries, for the foreign exchange value of the dollar, and then trying to judge for ourselves, what does that mean about our remit? How are we doing on inflation? How are we doing on employment? We're trying not to interfere with that market signal. That's part of the reason why we've been somewhat spare in our words, why we pulled back from forward guidance. So they're reacting to events, I would say, much more directly over the 42 days since we last met.
44 for a bounce,
This is a good thing. As I mentioned in the prepared remarks, we've seen a material tightening, not just in nominal rates, but in real rates too. And we're observing it. We're trying to stay out of that because, many of you might be interested in our reaction function. We're interested in the reaction of financial markets.
I get that, Mr. Chairman, and I guess the follow-up question is, if the markets are talking to you, what do you hear them saying? And if it's real rates are higher, it would suggest that that's where the funds rate ought to go.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, it's your question. So interpreting markets is an imperfect business. We central bankers like market pros can think these things are overdetermined, but let me offer some speculation. First, as we said in the FOMC statement that you got at 2 o'clock, the economy output is solid. CapEx and productivity are strong. Labor market's solid, steady. The bond market, the treasury market, it seems to be saying that as well. If I were to try to break down, disaggregate the treasury market signals, I wouldn't be able to do it perfectly. But the bond market's saying many of those same things, and that's why we're seeing a tightening both in nominals and in reals. Even while at some level we haven't done much in 42 days, the markets have done quite a bit.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. You seem to have got the family fight you were after at this meeting. We saw three dissents. Could you characterize the arguments that those dissenters put forward, please, and tell us a little bit why you weren't persuaded by them at this stage? Thank you.
So I guess I shouldn't give you their best arguments. I'll give you some others. So you're right. I asked for a good family fight and I got one. That's the purpose. That's the design feature. I come into this meeting, even this press conference, heartened by what I've experienced the last 2 days. Most of our discussion were on the big questions that matter to the conduct of monetary policy. We didn't sort of hide from them. We weren't scared of them. There was a lot more interaction between and among my colleagues. It was a real.
I don't know if I don't
fight.
like him or not. I don't like the way he talks.
View,
that's for sure.
Which you've long heard is that's the better way to get.
It's like the Mr. Rogers of
so
Fed chairs.
There was a lot of agreement that I heard.
I think it's a perfect way to put it.
We have the powers, the tools, also the authority to deliver stable prices. No walking back from our responsibilities. There was a large majority support for the decision that we made in the room. But I also want to leave you, Claire, with one other impression. There was nothing inertial about that discussion. It was an active, robust discussion about what's in the full range of what we can do and might want to do in the period ahead. You characterized accurately there was a disagreement about a decision today. I would say that doesn't sort of capture the full essence of the discussion. The path to central bank heaven requires delivering on our remit. These days, that means delivering on price stability.
CRC high day.
I wouldn't measure that path in 42 days or any one particular meeting. And I came out of that meeting even more confident that this is the right team to win the battle against high inflation.
How much do you think not going in July was down to the cool CPI print for June?
So in 2 words, not much. Not much. I'd like to believe that the committee shares my views, which is the historic problem with data dependence is the data and the dependence. We are not relying on any one individual piece of data as cover or as an excuse or as validation. What I care about and what I think the committee cares about is trends on the data. Sure, we got some encouraging inflation data. I think at the meeting 42 days ago, I said something like 63 months of inflation above target. I didn't say 64, though the final calculation might be a close one. So we'll be watching inflation data over the period ahead, but I also don't want you to leave the misimpression that we're sort of breathlessly waiting that. I've called for a task force to revisit both the private and public data we use to make our decision making. That task force is out doing their work. I'll be checking back in with them the next couple of weeks, but I wouldn't say we overly relied on any one piece of data, including that data, which surprised some a couple of weeks ago.
Hi, Chairman Warsh. Thanks. Neil Irwin with Axios. Thanks for taking our questions.
Yeah.
So the Fed funds rate is now about 75 basis points below the 2-year yield. It suggests markets think you'll have to tighten eventually, about 100 basis points below most Taylor rule estimates. You're hitting your employment mandate. Inflation stays high. Why should rates not be higher today?
There's a lot in there, Neil. So rates are higher today than they were 42 days ago. Markets have made decisions because we step back in part from trying to influence those. Market judgments have moved up on what
Markets
nominal
moving up.
rates are across the Treasury
Moving
curve.
on up.
That doesn't mean we take them as by dictation, but we're observing them. So I think it's a mischaracterization to say that markets haven't reacted because we didn't move today. Markets are reacting in real time. In the period ahead, we've got important decisions to make about the policy rate. Markets in the intervening period, I think, have quite a bit of decisions to make. I'll see if I can put it this way. Monetary policy matters not just by what we say or even what we do. Monetary policy matters by how it affects the real economy. And these prices that we see in financial markets is one of the many ways in which it affects the real economy. We'll be continuing to watch that market information, see how it responds to incoming events, and that can help inform our decision making when we meet in 7 or 8 weeks.
How would you characterize in the family fight the last couple of days of you and the other 8 members who wanted to hold? Was that a strong conviction or was that a hair trigger close call on holding versus tightening?
Well, I think the vote was 9-3. The broader discussion to my ear over the course of the last days showed a lot of agreement on the hard questions. The 4 questions I raised at the outset about what's really happening in the economy with the shocks and absent the shocks. what are our tools and our capabilities?
So Citadel, how about that call of a surprise rate hike, huh?
Prices on output.
Who are you trying to get trapped short? Huh, Citadel?
Were there different leans on the answers? You bet there was. So
9 to 3.
Could people
Wasn't even
come
close.
to different conclusions? Absolutely. But my own judgment is this is a period of watchful thinking, not
Yeah, when I heard that, I was
waiting.
like, nah, that's some
And I think
bullshit
the
right
score
there.
on that vote was unanimous.
He hasn't even got word from his task force yet.
Thank you, Colby Smith with the New York Times. You've mentioned that looking at the Fed's policy tools is one element of a three-pronged strategy to address the inflation problem. So I'm curious how you view the effectiveness of those tools.
Bought the dip.
If inflation
They bought the
is
dip
too
they
high
caused.
and not coming down, is the best remedy to raise interest rates?
That was the discussion in the last 2 days. Is that the dominant remedy if inflation continues to be elevated through the forecast period? Interest rates could well be part of that solution, but I wouldn't say it's in isolation. I tried to describe in my remarks today a point that I made to the oversight committees a couple of weeks ago. I think there was a misimpression by some in financial markets, by some households and businesses, that central bankers like me, we set a 2% inflation target. Maybe we were more tolerable of a somewhat higher inflation target. In economics, we'd call that the revealed preference. And so might it have been rational for people to think, well, their inflation target's somewhat higher. What I heard in the last 2 days, what I've heard in 8.5 weeks is no. We will deliver the 2% inflation target. That is the committee's definition of price stability. So one way, absent the tools that you reference, to ensure that we get there is ensure that expectations are centered around the right number. And I think we've made some progress on that. I am not suggesting we're done on that. It's worth reiterating. And ultimately, the business we're in, Colby, is performance. We are going to be judged by how we perform. And that's what we intend to do. The inflation target, making clear expectations is one part of it. Making sure we demonstrate we're responsible for it, we're not blaming as another. And our policy tools, like you referenced, is the third and equally consequential part.
How are you factoring the fact that a large portion of the inflation overshoot is being caused by supply shocks, as it's mentioned again in the statement? Does that blunt the effectiveness of rate hikes in your view?
First, on the premise of your question, it was almost as if you were listening to our discussion in the last day and a half. A lot of our focus was on trying to understand and identify underlying inflation dynamics amid shocks. We take these shocks seriously. There have been a series of them that have been hitting this economy. We're not looking through them and saying, oh, they don't matter. What we're trying to understand is to what extent are these shocks broadening in their effects, broadening in their impact on prices that are quite far removed from it. Our goal is to have growth that is broadening and inflation that is becoming more limited, more circumscribed. I'll be the first to admit the shocks make this job and this policy conjuncture a little tougher, but that's among the chief questions we've asked ourselves.
DFNS trying to fight with that 50
people
level.
Have different views on it. I tend to think in the coming months we're going to refine that view and have a better judgment, and we're going to have market prices trying to help inform it too.
SPRC, hi day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. I guess I want to drill down maybe a little bit. What specifically, in your mind, would be the argument then for a pause today?
So I wouldn't characterize what we did as anything like a pause.
This dude's Mr. Rogers.
I would characterize what we did as a rigorous review of the economic situation. I would characterize what we did as a review of the big hard questions. And I'd characterize it as a view of what our own homework is to try to resolve those questions in the period ahead. If you were to try to force a description that this was a pause, I would say financial market prices would take the other side of that. Financial market prices in this intermeeting period, they didn't pause, they reacted to the inflation data in one direction, strong economic growth in the other direction. And nominal and real rates went up. Did the Fed take an explicit change in its policy rate today? No, but I think that's the beginning of the story, not the end of the story.
And if I could, I did want to ask, not forward guidance, but looking forward. Traditionally, a Federal Reserve chairman uses the Jackson Hole Summit as a sort of a reset of monetary policy. How do you look at the speech that you're going to make in August?
I look at it like a blank piece of paper right now. I have
Jackson Hole's next month. Jeez, this year's gone by quick.
Incredible team here. What would go into that document?
Mention carriers here: Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile selling off a report that SpaceX is planning to compete with carriers, mobile carriers.
More often than not, of what was going to be happening in the fall. I haven't made any judgments on that, but those are judgments we'll have to come to. If I could, in the high mountain air in Jackson, Wyoming, I'd like to also frame the big questions. There is a tendency, especially with the proliferation of meetings and press conferences, to get caught up in the myopic. Did you do this by a quarter or do that? Ultimately, whether we deliver on price stability matters some, the decisions we make in 6 or 7 or 8 week periods. But they matter more, what are the big questions? What's really happening with productivity? What's really happening with demographics? What's really happening to the global economy amid the shocks? Haven't made a decision whether it's going to be a big picture speech or whether it's going to be a more traditional setup for all the action we're going to have between September and December. I will tell you one other thing that I am doing between now and Jackson Hole, because I'm checking with those task forces. My first principle of establishing a task force is find the best subject matter experts anywhere in the world and put them together, especially put them together with other people who might disagree with them. In the next couple weeks, I'm going to be doing a check back in. I've given them time to sort of think hard about their agenda, their debate, their schedule, and when they might be ready for prime time. I'll be doing a little bit of that checking, and that may or may not inform anything I have to say in Jackson.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chairman Warsh, I want to follow up on Colby's question about policy transmission. You've said there's no cruel choice between stable prices and full employment.
Straight up.
Rates bring inflation down, cooling demand. It's generally thought that can show up in the labor market. If that's not the channel you're relying on, what is?
Yeah, so let me go back to first principles, Nick. I don't believe that
it's speculation for EchoStar here. ECHO as speculation says SpaceX is considering buying competitors in this space. EchoStar is seeing a spike in activity here.
There have been policymakers over the last several generations who have thought that there is a strict trade-off there.
There's over $87
in fact, my judgment is if and when we deliver on our remit, we're going to be satisfying both prongs. We're going to have price stability and full employment. And in fact, if you want to do the most harm to the labor markets, you would run a period of high inflation that's variable such that employers, businesses, wouldn't really know what's going on. So I think the two parts of our mandate are equally important. We have no legislative orphans here. I've been talking mostly about price stability because we're doing pretty well collectively as a country, as policymakers on the full employment side. But we're doing considerably less well on prices.
1 minute.
That's why we describe them as elevated, and that's what's taken most of our discussion. In terms of transmission mechanisms of monetary policy, I think different tools work through different transmission mechanisms. The interest rates work through lending channels and credit channels.
Each time when I come here,
the balance sheet probably works through some other channels like signaling and portfolio balance. We're keeping full abreast of all these tools in making policy. But if the suggestion is somehow we're going to be fine-tuning aggregate demand so it catches supply, that's not my mental model. I don't think we're great in the fine-tuning business. We're trying to get supply and demand in broad order. But really what we're doing as we sit here today at this press conference is I think we've got a reasonable sense of what aggregate demand looks like in this economy. We're inferring aggregate supply. We're making a judgment about what productivity is. And in some sense, there's a race between supply and demand. And the surge in business CapEx in around AI, it's making that calculation a little harder to judge, but in the period ahead, we're going to be trying to judge just that.
And where exactly was the disagreement today? Was it about the inflation forecast, or was it something more around the
carriers
risks,
continue to sell off on that
the
news
tactics?
Of SpaceX
So
looking
I'm
to
gonna
compete
I'll let
with
the
mobile
dissenters
carriers
speak
here.
for
Verizon
themselves.
continue to sell off. T-Mobile
The
continue
way
to
I
sell off.
heard it over the last 2 days was
AT&T
overwhelming
continue to sell off here.
on objectives and authority and commitment. I didn't hear anybody walking away from it. The judgments as to how best to achieve the price stability, that was probably the
speculation
question
on
that
that
we're
name
trying
too
to
as
answer.
well. EC,
What's the
Echo
best
Charlie Hotel
move?
Oscar.
What's the best strategy? What's the best way to achieve it?
Price
And a
action
second
on
question that was
unconfirmed
asked
speculation that
when do we need to make
SpaceX
those
is
harder
looking
calls?
to
When do we
acquire
need to
Spectrum
make those decisions? And like
buy
I said to one of your
competitors to acquire the
colleagues,
spectrum.
I was comforted that markets in the intermeeting period weren't reacting to us. They weren't reacting to dots or to speeches. They appeared more than ever to be reacting to real-time events. So they're gauging themselves how restrictive the Treasury curve should be. And that, I think, has been a useful development. We don't endorse any particular market move, but I'd also suggest we
It's
observe
a big
them
level.
with keen
Just call it
interest.
250.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. Following up on that, there was more uncertainty in the markets about what the Fed would do at this meeting. To some extent, you might think that's what you want to see. But my question is about, is there a point at which you would not want to surprise the markets if they were pricing in something with higher certainty that was opposite of what you were intending to do? What are the risks that you see associated with that?
Yeah, so it's a good question. Surprise is not the objective function. Surprise is not
No
what we're
commentary
solving
and for information purposes
We have
based
a
on
clear
AI
North Star. What we're
analysis
solving
being
for is how to
circulated.
make the best decisions. Almost everything else should be in
EchoStar
service
is
to
ranked
that
as
goal.
the #1 most logical.
By not spoon-feeding markets, by not previewing our decisions, by not sort of giving
Acquirer
nudges
for
and
SpaceX.
leans.
Note that is for information
My colleagues
purposes
and I have
and
found
coming
in the
from
intermeeting
AI.
period, what we're getting is the views from a very accomplished economist. That's the internals of financial markets. Instead of just repeating or echoing what we were saying back to us, they're giving us somewhat, not perfect, their own judgment. So
Shares seeing new highs,
surprises are not the
87.55
objective,
now for EchoStar.
But at the same time, I
Fortune
would say
88,
we didn't
Echo
come into
Charlie
this
Hotel
meeting
Oscar.
feeling constrained by the full range of alternatives we had in front of us.
So some of your
Yeah.
peers have continued to discuss how they think about policy decisions, and if you don't offer your reaction function or your way of thinking about it, how concerned are you that you're ceding control of the narrative?
So not very concerned. That's a short answer to the question. When some people that follow the Fed say, well, we don't want your forecast. We don't want your dot. We just want your reaction function. Part of me hears what we really want is your forecast. And what we really want is your dot. In terms of reaction function, let me sort of disabuse people of a question that may or may not be real and be out there. Any central banker, especially a central banker where the labor markets are more or less at equilibrium. Any central banker, when he or she sees underlying inflation moving higher, she is more inclined to tighten policy. Again, when you've achieved the other side of your mandate and you see underlying inflation falling, he's more inclined to loosen policy. That's my reaction function, and I don't suspect it will cause people to not continue to pry for more, because the truth is, for a very long time in a lot of countries, coming out of the 2008 crisis, where in crisis mode, we were purposefully providing a lot of information, trying to provide a lot of assurance, trying to tell people exactly what we're going to do, offering forward guidance with clarity as if we're tying our own hands behind our back. Well, in crisis mode, that strikes me as a very prudent policy. But in more benign conditions, it strikes me as worth revisiting. But markets and market participants and reporters have learned to devour all of that information. So I take seriously that the pullback of forward guidance requires some transition. Reform isn't easy. The general judgment is it's going to help us make better decisions, and in so doing, satisfy our remit.
Paul Weissman. There's a mic coming.
Thank you.
When
you
possible
talk about
beneficiaries
the 2%
of
inflation
the
target,
possibility of
what
buying
measure
Spectrum,
are you
AMT,
relying
Alpha
on?
Michael Tango moving,
So I'll give two answers.
SBAC
First,
also
let me
moving,
give the
Sandy
proper
Bravo, Alpha Charlie,
standard answer.
CCI also
The,
moving, Charlie,
The
India.
Federal Reserve every January outlines
That
a
list to be
statement of
posted in the
purposes
high
and
base one
strategy.
chat room for
Wow,
And that
information.
strategy
Verizon.
document, which I
AMT.
There must be
believe
a
was
real
dated
legs to
January
this
this year.
SpaceX thing.
It
CCI.
describes a measure of PC inflation as the
And these
as the
moves are on
objective function.
speculation on SpaceX buying Spectrum here.
I have enough of my own, so that's our number. We're sticking with it. Who knows come after next January what we might say about strategy. I suspect the task forces might have something to add. But I'll say this, some version of the Lucas critique, some version of Goodhart's law in economics should remind us that when we talk about measures of inflation or something else, and we describe those measures as being consistent with our objectives, we might make them such that they're not very good measures or very good objectives. Broadly, if you said to me standing in front of you, I abide fully by the strategy document, we're going to deliver 2% inflation and not a whisper more. But to achieve that, I'm looking at a broader set of inflation data than PCE. So without sort of fully revealing my cards, I'm trying to understand, like my colleagues, what's the underlying generalized change in prices that are happening in the economy. It is not a perfect science. I might have said 42 days ago, I've got a task force for that. But we have a data project that's trying to look and see whether we can't separate the noise from the signal. And so if you would hear a message from me, yes, I care about what the PCE prints are. I care about what the contributions are from CPI and everything else. But my lens is broader than that, even though the remit is quite narrow.
Mike McKee.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. I'm struggling a little bit with some of what you've said today, and maybe you can help clarify this. You've said over and over again that your job is to bring down prices, to get prices stable, to hit your target, and that you will hit your target. The market says you're not there yet because they've raised rates, but all you've talked about today is talking about it, and it's not like members of the committee weren't there before you talking about it. So I guess what the American people might be asking is, what are you waiting for?
Yeah. So
good job, Vega.
Believe it or not, this press conference is not all I've done today. We have spent an inordinate amount of time in the last 2 days, 2 weeks, looking at our monetary policy strategy, evaluating our tools, thinking hard about the sources of data that we have at our disposal and we wish we had. We've also thought hard about the period ahead. What among these questions will be answered with more clarity, certainly not certainty? So the decision we'd made today, the discussion we had in that room, was the farthest thing from inertia I can imagine. As a
I'm totally going to make a
estimate at
Mr.
this very
Rogers
moment,
Warsh
in a
emote
choice
for
between
sure.
two alternatives. You heard the results of it, but I would tell you that this discussion was far more robust, and our thinking about how best to achieve that target is advanced. And over the coming months, I expect it to be advanced much more significantly. If you were to if I were to steal a follow-up question,
if this 1 minute cock does nothing.
If I were to steal a follow-up question, well, what's the world think about what you've done? I would again reiterate, what we do isn't just about what we say. Note
not just about what we do.
Continued circulations on possible beneficiaries here for information purposes.
And so,
notable
if I
SBAC
look
for
at
tower leasing,
the Treasury curve,
STM,
look at
Sandy
the
Tango
dollar,
Michael
I look at
is
a lot of
existing
things
at
that
a
are
SpaceX
internals
supplier
inside of
for
financial
Starlink
markets.
satellites.
I think what they're broadly
And,
saying
CCI.
is that this committee
Tower
does
Napier.
own it, has the credibility to deliver it, and they believe, like I do, that we will. But I don't want to leave you with a misimpression. We've got no magic wand. This isn't something that we're going to be able to carry out in days or weeks, but we're going to deliver on the responsibility that Congress gave us. And today's meeting and the preparation
Still
for
making
today's
higher
meeting
lows.
was an important step to that destination.
This is kind of what you want to see if you're going to break
I'd like to
250 and
follow
go.
up on the task forces as well, and ask what vetting did you do?
Wish the
of
volume
people
was a
that
little
you
better.
Appointed to the task forces, in particular, given Mark Andreessen's substantial political spending, $25 million in just the past year to back candidates who oppose stricter AI regulation. How can the public be confident that a committee he co-chairs will provide an independent assessment of AI's economic effects rather than one aligned
he's on
with the interests
vacation.
of the AI industry?
Yeah, so I
Probably sometime in
selected
August, I would imagine he's
15,
back.
Incredible
Getting ready for
subject,
them earnings
market
seasons.
subject matter experts to tackle 5 of the most important questions that if we get the answers right, we're going to do a far better job in delivering. And if we get the answers wrong, we have a problem. The comfort that I can give you and your listeners is we're the decision makers. The chairman of the board of the Federal Reserve and the members of the board and the FOMC, we will be the consumers of the outputs from 5 different committees. The judgments we're making will be informed by, but not at all determined by, these outside groups. My theory of the case in establishing the task forces were to pick people with extraordinary talent, depth of expertise, and a divergence of views inside every committee, so they too can have a family fight. This is not outsourcing to people that aren't known and haven't been vetted. This is seeing whether new ideas can catalyze a broader, better, more informed discussion inside the room. And I'm very confident that we're going to be able to do that. I am impressed by the credentials of these 15 people. And full disclosure, I've known almost all of them for a very long time. And I think they're going to give their best
All right.
views on the subject.
It's 250
But
is
ultimately,
trying
these
to
are
break.
decisions we're
See
going
if it
to make,
holds.
and we're accountable to our oversight committees and to the remit Congress gave us to deliver.
Hi, Ann Saphir with Reuters. Nice to see you again. So I need a little help here too. You've said repeatedly you have no tolerance for inflation, and yet we are seeing above target inflation repeatedly for 5 years and through your term so far. And sure, you have no magic wand, but you have not taken action. You just gave us a little peek at your reaction function as well. You said that if underlying inflation is rising, that you would tend to think that you might need to tighten. And with the exception of the most recent inflation print, that is what we've been seeing. So could you explain what you mean by no tolerance for inflation and what you plan to do about it?
Sure. So, Ann, I hear from you what I hear more broadly from households and businesses.
23,000.
Impatience. Deliver it already. This is not an excuse. This is a fact. This FOMC, this board has been in business for 8.5 weeks. The patience, the impatience that households and businesses feel have been going on for 63 months. We are on the job. We will deliver. We are focused like a laser on making sure we can do it. But the suggestion that we're going to be able to do it with our magic wand is one I want to disabuse you and everyone else of. But the discussion in the last 2 days give me more confidence even than I had 8.5 weeks ago. This team that we have at the FOMC, the support that we have from board staff, and the new hard questions we're asking, we need to resolve those. And as we resolve those questions, get smarter on those, we're going to deliver on the remit.
You don't have to take my word for it. If you look broadly at market prices, they are certainly not saying all clear, but they are working in concert to keep us on our toes, and they have tightened financial conditions in this intra-meeting period, and that has given us that has provided us some comfort that we've got the ability and capability to deliver.
And is your read or your, I guess, faith in markets' ability to sort of make a judgment and then you to take signal from that judgment, how does that affect you when you come up on the September meeting and markets are seeing a near 100% chance of a rate hike as they see now? How does that feed into your decision making and your thinking?
So we're not going to be constrained by market prices. We're not going to be constrained or take verbatim from what the market's doing. But I think it's useful and to understand that markets can be a very good source of information.
With speculation
not a
on ticker
determinative
NVIDIA
source,
here, Trump
not
says,
a perfect
with comments,
source,
that Jensen Huang is
but
here in the Oval Office.
Land the plane and deliver
For a pending
2%
announcement here, ticker
inflation.
NVIDIA, bumping activity to
And we
November
take
Victor Delta
a very
Alpha.
useful source of information, and we
could
get it
that
all
be?
fogged up by giving it our own forecasts, by providing rolling commentary. I can assure you that we're going to have less information, less ability to land the plane successfully and deliver price stability. We're just trying to make sure that that source of information is as direct and unfiltered as possible. It isn't to the exclusion of data sources and opinions and other surveys, but if you're hearing from me, we wanted to make sure we were getting a better source of information. I think in a relatively short time we are.
We'll go to Brian Chung for the last question.
Hi there, Chairman Warsh. Brian Chung with NBC News. So you said you'd be open to having press conferences when there's news to make. So today, no change to rates, no forward guidance.
Ticker
For the
NVIDIA
average household, I guess.
On speculation on Jensen Huang in the Oval Office on Trump's
So apparently it was news that I had a press
announcement on the
conference.
duals
Let me just see
international
if I
airport
can
here.
offer some clarity on that.
On the what?
Between now and year end, my predecessors and the Federal Reserve committed to press conferences this year. I'm committing to press conferences this year. That might be news to the people in this room and of no particular interest to your viewers and your readers back at home. What I can offer as assurance is that the Fed's on the case, that this Fed chairman feels better about this board and this committee's ability to deliver than I did when I showed up here on the first day, and I showed up pretty confident. I've been heartened by the reception that I received. No doubt in some of your commentaries today, you'll talk about a divided Federal Reserve. Well, that's not the feeling I felt the last couple of days and the couple days before it. What I felt was a group of professionals, all with different perspectives, different views, different judgments, but eager to roll up their sleeves and have a family fight, and eager to reform the way in which the Fed does policy, a keenness and open-mindedness and curiosity about that, so we have a far better chance to deliver on the remit that Congress gave us. And so I want to leave you with the optimism of a new central banker that we're committed as ever to deliver and to offer an assurance we will. Thank you all very much.
That's it. Bunch of nothing burgers, huh? So coming from that squeeze that we saw in the 5-minute here, this is why I love this squeeze indicator. It didn't just cool off. We are squeezing now with the green. So that is a good sign. Let's see if it continues. Huang? That's AI. That's AI Trade Exchange. They mispronounced his name. Oh, I take that back. As it just flipped back to orange. I wanted it to stay green, but so signifies a cool off at the very least. Maybe we'll get that to go back to green, showing kind of a bigger move idea. Trump about to invest in Nvidia? No, there's no way. There's no way Nvidia would want that. They don't need that. But we're going to have our hands on the triggers just in case there's something. All right. Get back in this if it goes. That was a nice little trade. God, should have been better. Still like the volume. Just don't want a 5-minute cuck. There it is. All right. 250 retest. On RAM. Let's see what this does. Market's giving it back. All right. Jeez. Gonna go red now? What are we doing? Kind of a big ass level here, boys. Yeah, I hate this market. I got a poll for you. Who's the GOAT? LeBron James or Michael Jordan? Yeah, 10 minutes. Because I love Flopper. I don't know what I got into, what algorithm I got into, but everything on my TikTok right now is LeBron James flopping. Wiener nips, potentially. What are we talking about, Wolvie? This? I don't see anything. It's probably some Chinese shitter doing the shit show. And I mean, look at just the moves today. This is wild. It has spent the last, what is this? Like 2 hours moving up. Half of it gone in basically 15 minutes. 3 hours going up. Three hours going up, 15 minutes to cut it in half. Mario Lemieux or Bobby Orr? It's closer than I think. Who's your pick, Hattie? Like that. Dude, this market, what are we watching here? What are we watching right now? Nice work, Wayne Gang. I wouldn't believe how much. I hope you're killing it, Time Taker. Nice work, Save Us. The locates were really expensive earlier. Let's see what they are now. $27 for 2,000 shares? It's Orr. I was going to say Orr over Lemieux for sure. Gretzky or Mario and Howe. Mario up there is the only one I'd have thoughts about. For a short cancer career? Lemieux? Bure crop. Pavel Bure was one of my favorite, but I mean, Crosby is insane. All over my face. I'm tonguing that poop. There's a 10-minute cock here potential over 307. Okay. Oops, I have my levels wrong. It's 316 that I'm really interested in, not this 307. It's right there. Solicitation from the Pentagon. Attack drones. Okay. This is... Whoa, markets. What is that drop? Missing my entry here, damn it. Whoa. Oil popping off. Holy shit, we're gonna go low today, aren't we? A video. Trump makes an announcement with Transportation Secretary. That one? Oh, is he talking? Is that what this is?
A prime suspect.
Mr. President, on Todd Blanche, Senator John Cornyn of Texas has been hesitant about the confirmation. Seems to be some sort of deal based on. What is your reaction to his hesitancy?
Well, all I can say is Todd Blanche is outstanding, and I thought it was pretty routine because he's so good. He just wouldn't find a better person. So I don't know. Maybe John Cornyn's upset with me because I didn't endorse him. I don't know what it is, but.
U.S. 30-year Treasury yield topped 5.20% for the first time since 2007.
I heard he's
oh boy.
Going through quite nicely.
And do you think Senate Majority Leader John Thune, after the comments you heard regarding Save America and some other stuff, do you think he's still the man for the job?
Well, we're going to find out, and I'll let you know.
Mr. President,
it was a beautiful service yesterday for Senator
Right.
Graham, beautiful eulogy that you delivered. As far as Senator Darlene Graham is concerned, based upon your conversations, is she going to focus primarily on foreign affairs like her brother, or will she focus more on domestic issues?
I think domestic, really. I've spoken to her a lot. And she's
Starlink
much
mobile
more
revenue to
focused
reach
on
$15
domestic,
billion
including
this year.
costs and pricing.
SpaceX has pitched a $740 billion market opportunity to IPO investors.
He was just confirmed by the Senate.
Yeah.
On SpaceX.
Would you like to see him continue with Bill Pulte's work at exposing election
Oh, yeah,
interference
sure.
in
I'm sure he will.
2020?
Bill did a great job. And Jay has just been confirmed. And, you know, he's outstanding. He was the head of Sullivan Cromwell for many years, and he's very outstanding. And I think he's going to do a fantastic job. And Bill was great. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, in light of advanced ChatGPT AI models escaping their lab and conducting cyber attacks, are you considering stronger controls on AI, and would you consider negotiating
Well, we're
regulations
looking at
with
AI.
China?
We're looking at controls. We're also making sure that we lead. So we're leading China in AI by a lot. China has virtually no controls. It's freewheeling a little bit. So we have to be careful in both ways. We don't want to restrict them, where all of a sudden we come in second to China. Whoever wins with AI is going to win. That's how big it is. So it's bigger than the internet ever was. It's bigger than anything ever was. So I don't want to restrict. I know many of
This
these
is the
people, I don't want to
Sputnik
restrict
moment.
them from doing great work. Yeah, please.
Under what scenario do you see Iran attacking
This is the space race
personnel
with Russia all over again.
and you withdrawing?
Oh, I don't see that. No, we're not. No, we're gonna hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because in that there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know we got to smack them a little bit.
Mr. President, will you hit back when they strike?
Will I always hit back?
Yes.
Pretty much. Yes.
Mr. President, just on the point of clarity on that, sir, is that in response to the attempted ballistic missile strike on Jordan last night? When you say it's our turn to hit back?
Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000 mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Only we, nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
Can I ask, how was your meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky yesterday?
It was good.
Did you see a time scale?
No, it was good. Look,
Trump,
you know, he's out doing
when
his
asked
thing.
about
I'd like him
UK's
to go to
PM
war.
Burnham, reiterates
So
should
it's
open the
very
North
simple.
Sea.
Get along with
Burnham
both.
told me he'd open the North
Get
Sea
along
for
with President
oil.
Putin. I get along with President Zelensky. Like I told him, I wanted to end the war, get the war ended. Thousands of people, 25,000 people died last month. That's standard, and it's not acceptable. So I said, just end the war.
Mr. President, on the war, do you want the House to come back before August 31st to act on the Russia and Iran sanctions bill?
Well, if it's necessary, I mean, it shouldn't be necessary, to be honest, but if it's necessary, I'd like to, are you talking about the Lindsey Graham?
Yeah.
So I'd like them to add Iran as tariffs, not just as sanctions. I think it's important. That's what Lindsey wanted, because I heard that they have tariffs on Russia, but not on those 5 countries with having to do with Iran. I'd like to see tariffs on Iran. It would make it much stronger. So perhaps you're very good at this. You can maybe tell them. I think they should put in for Russia, but I think they should put in for Iran. And that's really what Lindsey wanted. Yep.
And on Iran, one more, sir, sorry.
And good job at the dinner the other night.
Thank you.
Did a great job.
Thank you, appreciate that.
From Daddy. You need comfort from Daddy. This is where you come to. I know. I see the numbers. A bunch of you are in your corners sucking your thumb saying, Daddy, help me. Tell me it'll be okay. This is where you come.
Well, that would be surprising. I mean, things like that happen. But that would be surprising. He told me very strongly he wouldn't partake. And he knows that'd be quite
Market's low a day now.
Yeah, please. And he's coming here, I think, on September 20th.
Yeah, SPRC is making a rising wedge. Be careful on that one.
25th anniversary of 9/11. A good number of 9/11 families have called on New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani to not attend a number of these memorial.
This is the level, 325.
Well, I think they're having a hard time with Mamdani. The people having to do with anybody having to do with 9/11 right now, on the victim side, and there are a lot of them, they're very unhappy with what's going on in New York, and they're very unhappy with the mayor. I understand that. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Republicans are underway in negotiating the budget. Would you sign a CR without the Save America Act attached? Is that something you want to see?
I'll have to look at it, but they should get to Save America. How simple can it be? Voter identification, proof of citizenship. I mean, now you have to understand the Democrats, not one Democrat will sign.
Trump says, I'd like Congress to add Iran tariffs and Russia sanctions bill.
But we should have unanimous Republican support. And if we don't, people should look at those Republicans. But think of it. Who would not sign voter identification with photo? And who would not sign proof of citizenship? Only people that want to cheat. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, maybe bouncing the markets now. Oh, that was an insane move. SPRC trying to break the rising wedge top side, which would be nice. Right? So as long as that holds, that's nice. VIX is tapping 20 right now. Tick is minus 600. These two pushes here, we got minus 1,000. Go low a day. There's a low a day. kind of a crazy reclaim there. Time Tagger, let me know how much you made. Congratulations, homie. Looks like we're pushing lower. Anyone considering semi-swing trade? You think Amazon's going to save us? We got Amazon today, right? Amazon ER? Meta today as well. Ooh. Just bought TQQQ. Careful, because any of those ERs, Luke Hong, they can change the market in a heartbeat.
SpaceX awarded $1.6 billion contract from U.S. Space Force for 18 Falcon 9 missions that will launch military targeting satellites.
Military. Well, today is finally green. Not in this account. Down $2,700 in this account. E-Trade account is up $3,600.
On DCX and Whales AI signed non-binding MOU for strategic cooperation to bring AI-powered STEM education robotics platform to the United States and Canada.
Dude, how wild is that? So I actually think this might be the this is Tesla. Let me look at the SPY here. Is this like the bottom? How much do we go here? 6 to 42. Is that like 7? I'll call it $7. I mean, this might be the bottom. We went up 7. Now we're down 7. We're close to the bottom. I'm gonna hang up these puts that I had. Hey, E-Turd! Jesus. Okay. See if we bounce here. Hello, we're gonna go. I'm kind of feeling like this might be the bottom. I'd have to look at the gamma levels. I don't know what they are offhand. But a lot of times you go equal direction. So from here, when 2:30 was 2:30, 2 o'clock due. Yeah, 2 o'clock we were basically here. So a high here was 6:30, right? Inverse 6:30. I mean,
Canada PM rejects idea of using oil as weapon against U.S.
So now do we curl?
tariffs.
That's the question. All right, I'm gonna end it here. Red on this account, green on the E-Trade account. Playing solely options. What is my problem now? Oh, made $1,000 difference. And even for earnings, yeah. I ain't sticking around right now. Maybe something gets interesting. I kind of still like the NCRA. It's still compressing. 320 would probably be the level for me right now. But the theme has not been those that have run pre-market, run after hours. That has not been the theme. Doesn't mean that's going to continue. But as much as I'd like it, it hasn't been the theme. All right. This is 3 days in a row where I've started out red. 2 of those days I ended red. Not a good week. For the day trading account anyway. They're both day trading accounts. This is day trading for you. I'm up $1,000 overall in the day. Yet I am pissing and moaning because this account is the red one. If I would have lost $2,500 in my E-Trade account and this one was green, I'd feel fantastic, even if it was offsetting. Anyway, see you tomorrow.